Good morning, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Friday, the 9th day of July, 2021. This is a virtual budget hearing for the Department of Public Works. In effort to adhere to social distancing protocols and best practices imposed by the city and state authorities, the city of Jersey City has canceled all public meetings to close non-essential services as of March 16, 2020 until further notice. As a result, this budget hearing of the Department of Public Works will be held virtually as a video conference with public access. We had a 10 a.m. start. The clock on my computer is showing 10:02 a.m. Present, we have Councilperson Ridley. I'd rather do it this way so that I'm not saying everybody's absent. And we have Council President Waterman. What I can see, that's all the council members that we have. We also have our Director of Department of Public Works, Walter Kearse. Greg Kearse. He likes to be called Greg Kearse. I apologize. And we have Danny, his fiscal officer, his right-hand man, right with him. And Director Kearse, if you want to introduce anyone else who is on the call with us or on the line with us, I'll let you take that over and introduce us to your staff.
Thank you, Sean. Madam President, Denise, good morning. Thank you for attending. We have members of our team here from the various divisions, two deputy directors, Deputy Director Ortiz, Deputy Director Dublin, that be available to answer any questions specific to the division. And of course, to my right is our budget officer, who's done a phenomenal job, continues to do so. He presented a comprehensive budget presentation for your review. So I think based on the information that's contained in there, it's anything that any of the questions that may arise will be covered in that. And with that being said, we're ready to proceed. Before we
do that, I'm sorry. Before we do that, I just also want to just put on the record, we have from Budget Kyle Greaves, Vivian Webb, and we have Carmen Gandula, and we have Desiree from the council. I believe we also have what I have here, and then I have my staff also. And in addition, at its time of its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, July 2nd, 2021 at 1 p.m. to the Municipal Council, Mayor, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website. So I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. All right, council members, I'm going to turn it over to Councilperson Ridley. I believe you're chairing.
Correct.
Okay, there you go. All yours.
Director Kearse, we can, I'm going to ask that you take us through the presentation that was sent, but I'd like to make one change. Can we, when we get to the different divisions, can we start with the division of recycling instead of sanitation? Can we move recycling up?
Absolutely, Councilman.
Okay, thank you. All right, the floor is yours, Director.
All right, basically the Department of Public Works, I've been filling in as the acting director. It'll be a year in August. Approximately 400 and some odd employees, all of which are very diligent in their tasks. The department is composed of obviously the director's office, recycling and enforcement, neighborhood improvement, sanitation, buildings and streets, automotive maintenance, and park maintenance. As we all know, Jersey City is a robust city, growing daily. The addition of the new annex complex, obviously several facilities located at that location bring additional challenges, which we are working with and trying to come up with the best goals to determine how best service that area. We've made a number of changes and improvements over the years, over the year that I've been here, and most of with the cooperation of all the management. A couple of things we did, we recently met to go over and make changes to our automotive fleet and equipment fleet. As you know, we had significant snow over the last period, over 40 inches of snow. The previous year, we had approximately 6 to 8. And with the equipment that we had in place, many of which dated back to 1999, I'm happy to say that our automotive group were able to keep most of that equipment on the road. However, we did make a complete analysis of everything, learning that, we had to, based on the size of the city and the complexities with bike lanes and things like that, it would require upgrades of equipment and supplies. And through the diligence of my staff and the cooperation of the council, I appreciate that. A lot of our equipment was approved for replacement. So we are literally replacing all of the older equipment that was associated with snow removal with updated equipment. And I think that'll make our operation even more efficient than it was during the previous storm. The other thing we looked at, did a comprehensive analysis of all vehicles in the city fleet. And we found that there were many vehicles that dated back as far as 2019. We had vehicles from 1988 in the fleet. And obviously now with the advantages with electric vehicles and things like that, it was cost deficient to eliminate a lot of those vehicles. So we are doing so. We made some upgrades in our automotive services where we expanded our operation to the overnight. So we're able to do in-house towing of police vehicles. Should they break down, we can do repairs, minor repairs such as changing a tire and things of that nature. And we're looking to expand that even more. Towing, we've part of the initiative with the replacement of vehicles, we've also acquired some additional tow type vehicles, flatbed and heavy duty towing vehicles that'll help us bring in street sweepers and things like that, further cutting costs with outside contracts. The initial numbers was over $3 million using outsourced vendors from many of the mechanical operations. We've reduced that significantly and will continue to reduce it. Right now, it's limited to services that we are unable to perform, such as body work, major transmission work, and things of that nature. But we brought on additional mechanics, supplemented our on our heavy duty side, especially on the fire side. We were down to 2 mechanics. We brought in additional folks. We were able to promote from within. We have a program now. We're looking to increase our CDL drivers. That's one thing that we found, or I found in doing some of the analysis, is we have people on board in positions that should be required to have a driver's license. However, there was no requirement at the time where you have to have a driver's license, which means that certain folks, laborers in some positions would have to be transported to the scene as opposed to being able to put them out in a vehicle to get them to the scene where they're doing their work. So we're working with HR to correct that. Streamlining a lot of the positions where, obviously there's discussion where we're looking to merge the Department of Division of Forestry with Recreation. I think what that would do is allow more flexibility for the Recreation Director to have direct control over the parks. That's something that we've been researching, and I know it's in the planning stages. But all in all, is at the end of the day, I think as the duties expand, we have to expand our workforce. And a lot of the problems that we have encountered are the result of salary disparity. So we're working with HR to make sure that folks are working properly within their titles, and also bringing their salaries up to have, for instance, if you have during the merger, a lot of that was as a result of the merger from the JCIA to the DPW, where the salaries were slightly higher on the JCIA side for folks performing the same duties. And then once they merged, there was a salary disparity between our DPW folks and the JCIA. And we're trying to work that way to be one solid base to levelize all those salaries. But all in all, this is my second period of term down here. I will honestly say they are a group of very, very hardworking individuals that go out and serve the city on a daily basis. And we look forward to continue to work with the members of the city council. We respond to any of the requests that come out almost daily. Another issue that we all deal with is the trash issue and the solid waste. That contract was in place prior to my coming to Public Works. We still have a significant amount of time to deal with it. I will say this is that we do meet with them periodically, and at the request of the council, the ownership of the company is responsive. And we've seen that many of the complaints are diminishing now. We put an overnight shift on our dispatch center, and where folks are able to call in and make complaints, and we respond to those complaints. But we've seen that many of the calls that we anticipated were coming in from that 11 o'clock window until early morning are more minimized to like 5 and 6 a.m. So, you know, we're going to examine that for a couple. I believe we committed to doing it for 60 days. We're going to continue to do that. And then at the end of that time period, we'll see if it's worth having somebody in that position. But all in all, as I say, I look forward to answering any questions or concerns you have. I have my staff here from the division directors, and we're ready to proceed.
Okay. All right, so Director, do you want to take us through this presentation?
Yes, Councilwoman. I believe we had, what we'll do is, I think, let's go to recycling, Sonia, and we'll get Sonia's division taken care of, and then we can go to the other divisions.
So do you want to share your screen, Director, so we can see the presentation, or would you like?
Whatever the council prefers, Sean.
Yeah, I think that'll be good, just in case anyone doesn't have it in front of them.
Okay, so Amanda, can you unshare your screen so then the director can share his screen? Thank you. You guys should be able to do it now. Very good. There you go.
Can you see it, Sean? Can everyone see it?
Yes, all good.
All right, so I'm going to chip in here once in a while. So the first slide is the introduction, the title of our department. If you go to the second slide, it pretty much shows the overview of the department, and it talks about the mission and the vision. The mission, like the director said, of DPW is to provide the citizens of this great city with world-class infrastructure, maintenance and engineering services that are efficient, effective, responsive, and responsible. Our job is to dedicate our vision and core values. The vision is to enhance the quality of life, improve the mobility of the citizens of Jersey City. DPW strives to continuously improve its operation in order to provide a safe and sustainable environment for its constituents on a daily basis. Slide 3 gives you an overview of the table of organization, broken down by division, number of employees. Slide 4 pretty much is the same thing. If you look at slide 5, this is the table of organization for the director's office. It has everyone's name, civil service title, and the current salary. The next one is sanitation. Then we have parks and forestry, automotive, neighborhood improvement, recycling, building and streets. Slide 12 talks about the overview of what each division does. You can see what automotive does on a daily basis. We maintain a fleet of 1,500 plus in our fleet on a daily basis. Responsible for vehicle and equipment repairs such as transmission, collision, towing, heavy and light duty repairs, repair bid specs, conduct auctions. Neighborhood improvement does removal of litter and debris around the shopping districts, main streets, litter patrol, removal of graffiti, park maintenance, maintains over 70 parks, grass cutting, softball, baseball, soccer fields. Then we have sanitation, snow removal, street sweeping, lot crew. Then we have the recycling. Talk about the community pop-up to distribute recycling bins, composting bins citywide. Then we have our building and streets, responsible for maintaining and servicing over 45 city-owned buildings, 200 miles of city roads, maintain boiler, HVAC, electrical, plumbing services citywide. Our next slide talks about our accomplishments. As we all know that 2020 was a very, very crucial year due to COVID, but we try to list as many accomplishments we can. You know, we deliver 100 plus Canon multifunction copier, printer, scanner. These units became instrumental with a need to copy thousands of flyers to distribute at various COVID testing centers. We also purchased the Go Safe Hands temperature scanners. These were installed in over 50 locations citywide, including firehouses and police stations. We are also having over 575 residents composting in their own backyards across the city. We also did a few auctions last year within automotive, where we generated over $200,000 in revenue. We expanded the tow truck operation from 16 hours, 5 days a week, to 24 hours. We collected over 1,600 tons of sweeper debris, 97,000 tons of household garbage, abandoned vacant building lots. We cleaned 327. DPW demolished 20 school trailers at approximately cost of $53,000. That saved the Board of Education $187,000. The next slide, more accomplishment here. So the city was awarded a $2 million grant from DP, and this is to purchase 5 new electric garbage trucks to replace 5 of the current that we have. These emissions clean energy trucks will be the first of its kind of Jersey City and the latest addition to our city fleet. Our expected delivery is around September of this year.
Okay. Can we stop there and then get into the different division budgets, and then we can come back to the rest of the slides, because I think the rest of the slides are budget slides.
Okay. All right, so let's go to recycling and recycling first. All right, so as we can see that object 101, that's your regular salary and wages. There was a change of 730,000, and the reason for that is that the inspectors that was under Sonia's division in 2020, they were transferred over to quality of life in Jay Cutner's division. Going down, if you look at object 314, those are contractual services. Those are 2 RFPs that we have put out. One is for commingle materials, another one is for paper materials. The other contract is with All American. And that also includes object 314, the composting contract that we have in place. Any questions on recycling?
Sonia, how's the recycling going? I know at one time you was trying to bring it to a next level with throughout the city and the different departments. How is that going? Because I know we pay if the recycling is mixed together, and I know we were trying to do various things. How is that going?
It's coming along slowly but surely. Unfortunately, due to what happened with COVID, it stopped a lot of the goals that we had in place, which we were trying to do litter-free events. Now that the events are starting to come up, we'll be able to introduce those to city sponsor events, as well as hopefully starting maybe next month, if we have any pop-ups that I can do, like on West Side Avenue, Ocean Avenue, Martin Luther King Drive, to educate the residents that are in our streets on how to properly source separate. So it's coming along slowly, but unfortunately, COVID did slow me down.
Okay.
Sonia, 2 questions. One, with the recycling now, residents aren't, not really budget related, but residents aren't supposed to put the bottles and cans into plastic bags, correct?
That is correct. That is mostly something that's being asked from us from the recycling industry. As you know, our recyclable end product goes to Sims Metal and to All American. When the recycling industry around the world has asked for everyone to stop using the clear plastic bags, and I know that we use them because to control the litter factor during high winds, but that causes a problem, and recycling now is no longer a commodity. We're slowly getting there, but we now pay to have items recycled. And the dirtier the recyclable and the industry going up and down, we will we have a ceiling price of $95,000 a ton. We're now down to like $16 a ton because we are making improvements in Jersey City. We've recycled between residential and commercial over 300 tons. And I hope to grow that within this year and next.
Now, I know during the summer months, we usually have a program where we're able to hire some additional people during the summer to do cleanup and different jobs. Is that budgeted in here, and does that fall under, I guess, maybe seasonal? Is that what that line item is for?
That should not fall under our seasonal budget. That is something that was done through DPW for many years in the director's office. But since I run that program for the last 8 years, our previous director moved that line item, which fiscal officer can confirm, into my division so that we can continue to assist with cleanups and any other sorts of seasonal programs that the Department of Public Works does. It is just called the Summer Work Program. They have a start and an end date. They run between 6 to 9 weeks maximum.
Okay. And is that listed here? I'm looking at the budget binder.
Danny?
I believe that money has been, is gonna be moved from 107 to 102. Initially, we thought they're gonna be seasonals, but they're gonna be part-timers.
Okay. All right. So that adjustment has to be made, right? Because it's not in our binder currently.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Got it.
All right. Any other questions on recycling?
We are working also on increasing our composting program. We're going to hire part-time, temporarily, a person who's going to be driving our recycling bike, and we'll be working along with residents. And I asked the council if you have areas, and I know that Councilwoman Prinseri has areas in her ward that are super interested in composting, but unfortunately we don't have the partnerships with certain businesses, which is what we've been doing throughout the pilot and the first year of the recycling program. But we will be reaching out to every council person in areas that are interested in composting, that the bicycle can go in and pick up the materials.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I guess we'll go back to sanitation.
Okay.
Actually, Director, we didn't, I don't know if anyone had any questions, because we also have a breakdown of the director's office. Do we want to pull that up and
Yeah,
start?
that's fine.
Start there and then go back into the divisions?
Okay. All right, so if we look at our object 101, salary and wages, you're gonna see there's a change of 104,000 from 2020 adopted budget to 2021 introduced budget. And one of the couple of reasons for that is that there were various transfers within the division and also various salary adjustments. And we also had accounted for part of for Director Kearse's salary, because when Director Kearse came here last year, it was prorated for 6 months. So that's the reason why you will see that increase in line object 101. Object 314, you will see there's an increase in dollar amount from 92,000, and that's the contract that we have with Hudson County Improvement Authority, for the HCI being the lead agency in Hudson County for solid waste implementation. Any questions in Director's office?
No.
Yep. Next one we have is automotive. There again, you're gonna look at object 101, you're gonna see there's an increase of 389,000, and that's because of we're starting the pay equity disparity. So where everyone is, being brought up to the correct salary. There were also a few new hires, so that's where that 389 represents. Also, you're going to see in some of the object numbers like object 210 and 310 respectively, we have reduced it from the budgeted year of 2020. And one of the main reason is that with the hire of these new mechanics, we tend to keep more job in-house than outsourcing. And overall, our job here at DPW within all the division directors and their staff is to continue to be fiscally responsible.
One of the other things too, I'd like to add, specific to automotive, is that we're going to be bringing on board a manager of parts, equipment, and things like that. One of the things that I've seen is that obviously the inventory control is very important because it helps us project budget needs. Say for instance, if you have a vehicle that you've expended a couple of $100, $1,000 on, and based on the age of the vehicle, it may not be cost effective to keep that vehicle into the fleet and to remove it. Especially on our police side, we've upgraded the majority of our police fleet. Right now we're for the largest. We've removed the Crown Victorias for the most, the Ford Crown Victorias for the most part. Many of which were in service an excessive amount with excess mileage. Though the last vehicle that was produced in that line was back 2011. When I first came in, there was a significant amount of them in the fleet. We removed them. Working with Director Moody, we're looking to expand the leasing program for an additional number of police vehicles. And at that point, it's cost efficient for two reasons. When we're leasing them as a brand new vehicle, all repairs for the most part, with the exception of oil changes and routine maintenance, are covered under warranty. And we have the option after leasing these vehicles to purchase them after a 36 or 48-month period for $1. As we all know, the vehicles are in use 24/7. So, I think that's moving forward. Any of the big ticket items, fire engines and things like that, we should really explore the lease option. And I believe it's the way to go, especially when it comes to the maintenance side. So, Jimmy, if there's any specific questions, Jim Lavero, he's our Director of Automotive. He's on the line. If anybody, any of the council people have any specific questions to automotive.
Director, you said that you plan on bringing in an inventory manager. Is that reflected in the budget? The manager that you want to bring on?
I've been dealing with HR on it, Councilwoman. I think what I'm looking to do is bringing a software management program. They're really not that expensive, and I think what that does is a couple of things. Number one, it allows us to plan inventory-wise. For instance, if we use 300 tires on vehicles for 1 year, it gives us a breakdown of what type of tires we're using, how we can budget for future expenses. Same thing on any of the ports. Plus, it also goes with a system that's currently in place. We have to do some software upgrades as far as the work assignments. And we're also going to expand that to other divisions, buildings and streets and things like that, where, if a person gets an assignment, we know how long it took to have the assignment completed, also the necessary equipment. And moving forward, budgetary and planning purposes, I think it gives us a couple of things. It gives us accountability, and it gives us projection for what would we be looking to spend, in the future. One of the things that we've all learned from COVID is a tremendous increase in prices of materials, where and I had a discussion with one of our folks the other day where an 8x4, a 10 sheet of plywood last year prior to COVID was selling for maybe $12, $14, $15 a sheet. It's now as high as $70. So Unfortunately, we really can't budget based on that. But prices eventually will come down. But I think having these systems in place, it gives us a lot more flexibility and the accountability we need to make sure we're delivering utmost services for the best, for the best cost.
Okay, thank you.
Director, I know that automotive has a lot of new hire lines. How are we, I guess, recruiting for those positions? Because I see a lot of them are very specific, like diesel mechanic, and you need a certain set of skills. How do we find these people?
Well, one of the things, Councilwoman, I had this out there, and I think it's something, we really should be partnering with our school system, specific to the high school. We have, ladies and gentlemen that may want to engage in the trades, which, we obviously have a desired need for. One of the things I'd like to see established is an apprenticeship of some time that would allow us to bring in, people if they want to become automotive mechanics, or if they want to become a plumber or an electrician or a carpenter. I think there should be some mechanism where, we as an organization working with the board should make that happen. I think it's good for two reasons. Number one, it opens up the workforce, our local residents. And number two, it gives folks the training and the wherewithal to see if they're really interested in getting into that position. So that's one thing we're exploring. The mechanic and all the other positions that we're bringing on are all vetted through HR. The city human resources and the mayor's office, I know, are diligently working to ensure that folks that we're hiring are city residents. But I really think getting back to that apprentice program would be a great opportunity for us to work with the board to get our local people involved, and also give them an opportunity for some hands-on work.
Any other questions for automotive?
Hi, this is Councilman LeVar. Can you hear me now?
Councilman Navarro?
Nope. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't have any questions. I'm just joining you by phone. The audio.
All right. Okay, we can move to the next division.
Okay, the next division we're going to talk about is building. Object 101, salary and wages, that went up 127,000 from 2020 adopted budget. And the reason for that is some union adjustments and new hires. We also have Director Carlucci from Building and Streets on this call, should you have any specific questions that relates to Building and Streets.
Okay.
Also, if you take a look at Object 102, that's the salary and wage for part-timers. The goal is to possibly have the in-house janitorial services. So we're looking to hire, if everything goes well, part-timers to do this particular job instead of having the contract in place.
I have a
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? What job was that?
This is for the so right now we have a contract for janitorial services. There was an in-house discussion of keeping this service in-house instead of outsourcing it to a private vendor. So that's why we put that amount there to hire part-timers to specifically, perform the service.
Councilperson Ridley, may I inquire about that?
Yes.
Director Keir, so your budget currently includes part-time maintenance in-house part-time maintenance? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and that's with the goal of bringing the entire maintenance program in-house. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councilman. It's, the discussions were initially that we would do custodial services, would be in-house. There's been, some further discussion on that, and I think right now it's been delayed for a period of time until, all the fine points are worked out. There again, it's going to provide an opportunity for city residents to come on board as employees, and Sonia Dublin has been the lead on this, been diligently working to put together a workforce once we get the green light to proceed.
Do you have
So the
a number on how much we currently spend outsourcing that work?
We spent about $1.3 million with a private vendor annually.
And you're looking to go part-time in-house? Or are you looking to make these full-time positions in-house?
Right, I want to ask that.
Well, I think still in discussion, but I think the goal is to eventually have full-time employees moving forward.
Yeah, so let me just speak to that, because if the goal is to move it in-house part-time, I mean, if the goal is to move it in-house with good full-time jobs and good and benefits for employees, I'm in favor of that. Let me put that on the record. If the goal is to bring it in-house, to bring part-time jobs and lower wages, and to reduce the cost there, while I understand the need to reduce the cost, but to put people into kind of lower wage jobs where they're already kind of in low wage jobs, I'm not in favor of that. And I want to be clear, just for the record, that several years ago, I think probably the at-large councilpeople and Councilman Boggiano recall, I had introduced an ordinance to require for private buildings 30-hour minimum work week, which is under Obamacare, under the Affordable Care Act, triggers the necessity for benefits. So the reason that law was introduced at that time was because businesses after Obamacare was in effect sought to cut people's hours so that they wouldn't have to give them benefits. And we never passed that law. I'd like to still see that law get passed ultimately. But if we were to actually do the same thing, I'd be strongly opposed to that. And my record is clear on that, that I was in favor of making sure that these workers in the private sector who do the same custodial jobs, that they receive good wages and benefits as well. And if we were to enact that here in Jersey City, the same tactics, I would be strongly opposed to it. So I just want to put that on the record.
Councilman, this is Kyle Greaves. So the budget for building and streets, it accounts for 22 additional full-time janitorial services laborers, as well as part-timers. So the way we formulated the introduced budget was around the scope of the work outlined in the RFP. Some locations didn't require full-time maintenance staff, so 22. We needed about 22 part-timers to cover some of those locations. And like I said, there are full-time positions that would be required, but as of today, we haven't done this. And so, you know, as we work through the rest of the year, some of this money may be moved back down to that 314 line to cover any extension of the existing contract. So we have full-timers covered, we have part-timers covered, and we have the existing contract covered as well.
How long does the existing contract continue?
I'm not certain on the day. We could get you a copy of that contract and any extension that was done.
What
Thank you, I
happened? Let
appreciate
me ask a question. What happened to the employees that are working now?
For the vendor,
Custodial. If we do a change like this, what will happen to them? Because they're full-time.
I'm not certain on the specifics, but maybe Director Kearse can speak more to it, or Sonia, but I believe we were looking to onboard those.
I have Sonia Dublin with me. Sonia, you can comment on that, please. She runs the program.
The existing custodial staff that are working obviously would be offered the position if they choose to take it, but we're not looking to hurt anyone or have anyone without any type of permanent job, because I know that some of our custodial staffs have been working with us for more than 10 to 15 years. There will be no one hurt in the process. Everyone would be offered an opportunity. Same thing happens when we move from when we do a bid for one janitorial service to another. We've, in the past, the people that are existingly working in the buildings, which is why they have so many years on service with us here in Jersey City Hall, no, they're offered the position in the other company as well. No one is going to get hurt in the process.
Okay. Okay, but I do agree with Councilman Rolando about the part-timers, because I remember that situation with the hotels having part-time workers and they was not giving them any health benefits. And so I agree. I agree with him that we want to make sure that we don't fall into anything like that with the part-time workers not receiving any health benefits, because that was a issue. That was a serious issue back a couple of years ago.
Right.
So I just want to put that out there too, on the record. I remember that quite well. Those people they didn't have health care. They were just working them, and it wasn't a good look.
Right, I agree with you, Council President. I don't think that that's a direction they will be going in, where they will not, where they will get hurt, where they won't be eligible to receive any type of health benefit either in the city or eligible for what was called Obamacare.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also like to comment about that, about the custodial work. One other thing. I had mentioned this previously as it pertains to shared services. If you're going to make the change to bring it in-house, which I think is a good idea, again, if it's good paying jobs with good benefits, but to do shared services with the Jersey City Public Schools, there's an opportunity there for some cost savings with their own custodial staff, and they also have their own unionized labor and so forth around that as well. So I think if you're going to make this change, you should explore the idea of some sort of shared services opportunity. It's a big change to make to begin with, and if you're going to make the big change, why not make the big change so that we're able to benefit both institutions, and hopefully
I guess that's something that we could discuss. We're still in the planning stages, but I guess we could revisit and discuss that with our business administrator, as well as any input that the council may have. Do you guys have any other questions for me?
I don't have any further questions.
I don't have any. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you, Councilwoman President.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
Any additional building and streets questions? Okay, if not, we can move on to the next division.
The next division we're going to talk about is neighborhood improvement. Does anyone have any questions regarding DNI's budget? We have Director Sean Thomas here to answer any of your questions that pertain to his division.
I have a question. How many, I guess I don't know the proper term, but how many people do we currently have that are cleaning the streets daily?
So good morning, council folks. Good morning, city clerk. We currently would have 16 employees cleaning various streets throughout the city.
Okay.
Does that include hand sweepers as well as machine operators?
So Councilman, that would include the hand sweepers only. I then would have 2 Matthew sweepers, which would be mechanical, obviously, and they would be responsible for the cleaning of the bike lanes.
Okay.
I see.
I had a point to make, if I may. I have just been noticing with the street sweeping. So glad that the new machines are out there and they're working. But with all of the changes in kind of the way the streets are designed, and I know you've got the if you go street sweeper for the bike lanes. But if you get to certain corners where they put in those, what are they called? Delineators, yeah.
Correct.
Those sticks are placed in locations at corners where a machine can't get around it. Do you currently have people going around there sweeping? Because I don't think even a bike, a smaller machine sweeper for the bike lanes would fit through there. They're more like those delineators are positioned in such a way that they're not that no machine, I don't think, could get through there.
Councilman, the short answer would be if those delineators are located in the area of where these routes obviously preset, then yes. If they're in, just an obscure street, off the beaten path, so to speak, then I would not, no.
Okay. So I think that needs to be accounted for as we continue to put more of these delineators out on all these corners, which I'm not opposed to, but someone needs to be able to clean those corners. And I'm not talking about the sewage drains themselves, although that too needs to be done. But I'm talking about there's very specific places where those delineators are, where no machine can fit through. I couldn't tell you the corners off the top of my head, but happy to give you a list of stuff that I've seen personally. But as an example, that kind of stuff.
This is Councilwoman Prinzary. So if I'm doing some quick math, 16 employees across all 6 wards, that's not even 3 employees per ward assisting with this kind of cleaning. I know we're coming out of COVID, so things are unusual, but when it was higher staffed, I got fewer complaints about the conditions of the streets. So I think that I see that there's a change in the budget for this, but I do think that this is a valuable service that's provided to the residents, especially in our heavily trafficked streets and streets like Bergen Avenue that are pockets of commercial and pockets of residential and then pockets of commercial yet again. So I just would like to kind of understand why the department has gone from a higher number to a lower number.
I would defer that questioning to the fiscal officer here, but thank you for the kind words, Councilman.
Councilman, we did put in for when we went over the budget for selling our request, we did put in for 9 new employees. And I don't think that was introduced, but I will defer that to Kyle to give some clarity on that.
Yep. Hi, Councilwoman. So, as for the decrease, excuse me. As for the decrease in 101, there were some transfers out of the division that took place last year, and like Danny said, we did not account for some new hires for laborers. And there's also a Clean Communities grant, which we have set here in the budget, which is approximately $359,000 credit to offset some of the salaries. So that attributes to some of the negative you see here. Well, the actual total salaries and wages for the existing staff is 1.4 million. And like I said, that grant just knocks down that budget amount number. But when we put the Department of Public Works budget together this year, a lot of the focus was on allocating money to specific trades for like employees with like heavy equipment operators and stuff of that nature. So we didn't really fund a lot of laborer positions. As we get through the year and the needs come up for laborers, we're willing to entertain, reallocating some of that money for some positions we haven't filled yet. So we could always discuss that during the amendment process.
I can tell you, even just having the eyes and ears on the street is also really helpful in like dealing with some of the smaller quality of life issues that become larger issues if they're not addressed and sort of nipped in the bud right away. The other question though about the Clean Communities grant, so that full amount is going into DNI, or is it still being split with the mural program and DNI?
This is money specifically for salaries and wages that we can't use for anything else outside of these types of laborers. The money for the mural program is still intact, and that money is set aside for operations. The same way we can't use this money for that, we can't use the mural money for salaries. So.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So just this is Councilman LeVar, just so I'm clear, as a follow-up to Councilperson Prinzari's question about the Clean Communities grant. So is it split between those two through the laborers as well as with the mural program, or it's not clear to me what the answer was there?
Yes, the money in DNI is specifically for salaries, and there's a separate allocation for the mural program.
From the Clean Communities grant.
Right.
Could we get that allocation and that number as to how much is going towards murals versus how much is going towards laborers and the communities?
Yep, no problem. I'll check with, I believe Christine Goodman was heavily involved with that, and I'll get that from her.
So Kyle, I just want to be clear, during our conversation with the budget, it's a possibility that we can add more labor staff based on what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, I always advise to be cautious with adding positions, and just knowing that if we do that, our first priority on budget is we'll take it from somewhere else just to keep the budget where it's at and the tax rate where it's at and where we feel like we need to be. So, you know, and obviously anything we add to the budget now we could prorate for a specific hire date if we're looking to onboard in September. A lot of the positions we have funded in the budget now that are still vacant were prorated for 6 months. So there is a bit of wiggle room with some of those positions, you know, elsewhere. So. Yep.
Okay. And I think part of the challenges when it comes to DNI is the turnover. It's hard to get people to stay there. I think, you know, I don't know if the director's having a challenge with that. But,
we are, it's a challenge throughout the whole department. A lot of it has to do with salary disparity. You know,
correct.
As I said, I think what we're trying to do, we had a meeting just this week. The labor position is probably one of the most, if not the most flexible position in the whole organization, because the title in itself allows us a lot of leeway as to how we utilize the services. The other thing that I had mentioned earlier, and in Sean's case, he has folks that work for him don't have driver's license, which necessitates being transported. So that's something that the city has to adjust. I mean, in a perfect world, I would say anybody moving forward, you know, that we hire for these positions at a minimum has a driver's license, and also a ADL, because we're working with the training program, you know, to develop a training program where folks, after 6 or 8 months on the job, will be able to get their CDL, which pretty much benefits us all as far as, you know, operating a lot of the heavy equipment here.
Carl, let me ask you a question, because I know you're the finance guy. Is it better for us as a city, because, you know, I'm always on wages, because I believe, you know, some of the people make low wages. Is it better for us to just increase some of their salaries, and this way here you won't have to do the hiring? You know what I mean? Because sometimes if people get paid a decent amount, they will work better. They will work better. And sometimes that can be the problem, even when it comes to us getting good results. Some of the people half doing the job, you know, and that could be out of just not getting paid a decent salary. You know, people psychologically feel a certain way when they're not getting paid money. And sometimes that's why I'm always asking about the salaries, because I believe that people get paid a decent amount. Sometimes you don't need a large amount of number of people working if you got people who are getting paid decent. And so I don't know, you know, based on finding, is it best for us to up some salaries and you know, maybe they'll perform better? I don't know, because if the salaries are still low, you're gonna hire, and we're still gonna keep going around this, you know, I call this the mulberry bush here, because people are just not getting paid a decent salary. They won't work for you. I don't care what you say, they half working. They won't, because they don't feel like they're valued. So I don't know. Is it better for us to start looking in that way? This way salaries will look, better and people may work better. I don't know, because if you still start with a low salary, they're not gonna work. They're gonna be mad. They happy skinning, but then can't pay rent, can't pay, food. That's stressful.
Yeah, so obviously
I don't know.
my personal opinion, I'm obviously in agreement with you just from person, like being a human being, right? But we just have to be mindful of the domino effects of when we increase certain titles. It's like just same discussion we were having with Director Shea during the public safety meeting with the dispatchers and stuff. So there's a lot more that goes into it than just looking at like the laborers are all in local 641, so that has to be negotiated with them, I would assume, similar to the dispatchers and their union. So, and I think it's more an extensive research would be required. So.
All right, thank you, Kyle.
Yeah.
So I have a comment and a question. I think that we do ourselves a disservice every year by not adding bodies to this division. Because clearly litter and trash is a problem in the city, and it's difficult to control. But which streets are we currently deploying like manual manpower to, with actual people walking the streets? Like, for instance, I know Ocean Avenue, I think, is clean like Monday through Friday. Those guys do a great job. I see them every morning. What other streets are we doing that on?
So Councilwoman, there's 10 routes. And obviously that can change daily due to attendance, as well as the priority list, based upon complaints, from the council folks as well as my director. But currently, what we normally cover is Central Avenue, Palisade Avenue, Summit, Newark, McGinley, Bergen, Ocean, MLK, West Side, and then the junction leading down to Pacific.
Now, questions about streets like MLK and West Side. I know that they both have SIDs, and I know that the SIDs have a company that they use to clean the streets. So I guess, what days are we supplementing their street cleaning? Because they have their own cleaning service, correct?
They have their own. To this point, I haven't been given a schedule of when those folks are, actually on those routes. Instead of, as opposed to taking that for granted, I've realized that we're better off having our folks, full time on those routes. West Side Avenue, for instance. Councilwoman Prince would tell you that, there's some challenges, and it does accumulate litter along the sidewalks and catch basins. So we'd be better off having full-time staff there as opposed to kind of pivoting around, whatever they supplement us with. That's just through my experience, Councilwoman.
Let me ask this question, Councilwoman, since you brought that SID up, and they do pay for their cleaning, right? Is it better for them just to pay the city and let us clean it? I don't know. Because if his division is out there doing the majority work, is it better for them to pay the city?
I mean, I think that's an idea. I think that we would probably be a little more consistent, and if we're doing it anyway, like, I feel like we're doing double work, right? Like, if these business owners are paying the SID to have this service of an outside company to clean the streets, and it's not enough, and we're going there anyway, maybe that is a way to, one, add some money to our budget, and maybe that's how we maybe get some new hires in this division, is by having the SIDs pay the city for the cleaning instead. I don't know, Councilwoman Prinzeri, let me know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly talk about this. Each SID has different amounts allocated for supplemental cleaning. So what the West Side Partnership puts in is different than what Jackson Hill puts in, which is different than what Central Avenue puts in, which is different than what downtown puts in. I mean, we all see their budgets as they come to council. I know in the case of West Side Partnership, as it, like for the graffiti removal, we have worked with the city and with the SID cleaning service to maximize efforts across the ward, but also be able to move some stuff up to McGinley Square and Bergen Avenue. So I think it's worth a conversation. But I also know along West Side Avenue, like it's the amount of trash that's generated is pretty extraordinary. So, you know, the supplemental services have helped in part because the D&I employee number has come down, right? So if the department had, say, at one time 20 employees or 30 employees, and now they're down to 16, that's still resources being removed from West Side Avenue and other parts of the city altogether. So that might be a way for everyone to supplement. I don't know. We can definitely talk about that offline and set up a meeting.
Correct, and just to put on the record that the litter patrol was cut in half in the last 3 years. Due to terminations, deceased folks, and transfers.
Okay.
Why?
Like yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I guess you kind of answered that, terminations and
I
some
couldn't hear
other
him.
things, but you said terminations. What else did you say, Sully?
Terminations, transfers, and we've had folks unfortunately deceased.
Okay.
Okay.
And we didn't like supplement those positions that were lost. Like we didn't rehire people. We just decided to decrease.
We went from 34 litter patrol employees in 2018 down to 16 currently.
Jesus.
But our trash hasn't decreased.
No.
Like,
I can say honestly, that is the biggest quality of life complaint I get.
Yeah.
You all know how I feel about regional. I'm not a fan of regional
Right.
on top of that. And so, and like I said, going back to my comment previously as having additional eyes and ears, like when these guys come out in the morning, they also report back what they're saying that regional may or may not have done. So there's added value to having them out on the street all together. But I won't get into regional right now because then we'll be here all morning.
Council folks, I think it's also important to note if we're really looking to maximize litter patrol staff, there really needs to be an overlapping of shift. So there needs to be an AM and PM shift. You know, we can do a great job in the morning, but come, you know, a high traffic evening, you know, we're going to wake up, unfortunately, to the same mess in the morning. So, you know, I think if there is an investment to the litter patrol, please consider enough employees to cover a second shift.
what is the shift right now is very early, right, Sully? Is it like?
It is, and so I changed the shift quite a few times, Councilwoman, since I've been here, since I've been the director of the division, due to traffic issues and such. I've teetered around to see how we can get the most bang for our buck, and I realized the early morning shift is better, just so we can get folks out there and get the routes clean while folks, you know, visit the Wonder Bagel in the morning to get their breakfast. They're going to see a clean street. So I try to, you know, be preemptive and starting early. You know, unfortunately, you know, they end at 3 o'clock. Well, I should say punch out at 3. So they're abandoning that post at you know, at around a little after 2. You know, so that second shift would really make a difference. You know, and both obviously expanding the routes to include a lot more of the south side of the city and the western portions of the city, which I'd like to see. You know, but as well as obviously add more folks.
That might be a good approach though, if you do a shift, because I know we trying that with the dispatcher with with sanitation with the shifts. Remember, Mira? That was a conversation.
Yeah.
And see how that worked, but that might be an idea with the shifts though, because I see his point. Because if they punching out at 3 and realize the majority of people now they're in flood, there are a lot of people in the city at that time coming out 3 o'clock, and litter is probably higher then. So a shift might be a different approach.
That's correct, Councilwoman. So unfortunately, what you see is, your folks that work the 9 to 5 job, they may come home, 5, 6 o'clock at night.
Correct.
And they see a littered street. They never really get to see that street clean, during the morning, mid-morning, early afternoon hours.
The other thing you see here is, litter like graffiti, and quality of life issues that lead to the detriment of neighborhoods, which morphs into a public safety issue. Obviously, if as I would like to call it, the broken window theory, if you leave a broken window, it turns into an abandoned property turns into potential narcotics, trespasses, and things like that. So being able to address these matters where the residents, when they're walking home from work or they're going shopping, they went to an environment that's clean, graffiti-free, and that kind of leads to, as I say, a feeling of more community involvement, whether it's coming from the public works or public safety. And I think that's a big initiative that has to be undertaken. The laborers' position are key to this entire DPW operation because they make up the largest workforce.
I agree. I guess, I think that's a conversation that I think we need to have ASAP about shifts, because the city is growing. And I don't think as a city we can continue to do things the same way. Some things are just antiquated. They are. So we have to figure it out what will work best for us in this city. And shift employment might work better now because we have much to deal with. So I think that's a conversation we can have.
Yeah, and to that point, when I was working in Midtown East, for example, and I saw over 10 years that part of Manhattan get really clean, I saw crews out in the morning when I was coming into work and crews out in the evening when I was commuting back home. So that I think there are other examples like that we can look at that might be good for Jersey City as we continue to grow.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you, council folks. I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you.
The director, the assistant directors, we've all sat and, we've teetered a couple of things and have a plan in place. So, the sooner the better, and I look forward to the conversation.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Sully.
Council President Ridley. This is Councilman
Yes.
Navarro. I was late joining in. I had one question. I was trying to get on, but I wasn't able to log in. Anyway, long story short, on the buildings and streets, just had one question with regard to that. Can I direct that, or you want me to do that at a later time, or?
No, go ahead. Jump in.
Okay. Director Kears, just on buildings and streets, I wanted to ask about City Hall, and specifically, we've had some major rainfall, and I had asked in the past when we were approving these improvements there whether we were whether we had weatherproofed ourselves against the rainfall, because I know that area had flooding in the past during Sandy that washed out kind of record rooms and things like that. How did we hold up with that? And if you could give a if I don't know if you already spoke to that or not, but if you didn't, if you could speak to that.
Well, we had the issue last evening, Councilman, and as it was a result of a drain that was not thoroughly cleaned, we actually had the MUA going down to scope the drain this morning with the camera. The feeling is one or two things may have occurred. Obviously, debris from the construction of the new Montgomery Street side entrance could have been entered into the drain and clogged it. You could have cement clogs. Whether or not the drain is sufficient, because there is a slope there coming into the entrance. So I spoke to Rich Hayes earlier this morning. We were able to clear it up last evening by simply clearing the drain, but moving forward, I think we have to ensure that, and we'll know that later today, hopefully, that if the drain is broken or collapsed or clogged, we'll get it cleaned out. As far as the overall mitigation of the city hall, obviously we were faced with challenges because Hurricane Sandy was obviously a 100-year storm. And with that being the case, we had flooding from areas that we never felt or never were flood prone before. The rear of City Hall right now was a concern. Obviously, we lost a significant amount of equipment, records, and things like that when we had Hurricane Sandy. That was because of the water that came in through the back drain. So right now, they're looking at doing a backflow preventer in there, which would prevent water from coming in. But I think as a whole, the other issue we're challenged with down there is the historic significance of the building, which cost prohibit us from the windows, which are almost at ground level. So there's a project that's been successfully used over Wall Street we've looked at, whereas there are temporary barriers that would pretty much line the entire circumference of City Hall. We had a demonstration, I guess, about a year ago. And now with the additional CARES money and FEMA rescue money, I think we may be moving in that direction. Fortunately, with storms, we get a fairly decent warning, so we're able to get these out. They would be a rapid deployment type barrier that would circle the entire City Hall and prevent any significant flooding from coming in. The age of the building and historic significance always is a challenge. And unfortunately, it's not a quick process to do physical measures that would physically prevent it. So I think installing these or having these type of barriers on hand for immediate deployment would significantly impact any potential flooding.
Okay, Director Kears, just so I understand, you said with regard to this past one, but so there were no ill effects from the other previous rainfall. That was actually worse. I think 5 inches was recorded for Jersey City. I forget when that was. That was over the weekend, I think.
We haven't had, this is the first, I got the call last night, I guess it was around 5:15. And when we arrived on scene, I said, our city plumber, I said, Doug Carlucci was on scene as well as people from my office. That was immediately after they cleared the drain, the water came down. But I think 2 things you have to look at. Number one, and I know they're going to research this with the contractor, is the current drainage in place. The drain appears to me to be a little bit too close to the entrance door. And on a sloped property, if the drain is not sufficient enough to accept that amount of runoff, you get that amount of water in a short period of time. In that type of scenario, potentially you could have flooding. So 2 things, as I say, we're exploring right now. We'll get a better idea as to the condition of the outflow drain pipe itself. Once MUA goes down and scopes it, if it has to be expanded, they'll do so. But this was the first instance, and then there was a bit of water down there again this morning. So to answer your question, when you have a significant rainfall with a slope type driveway or a slope type walkway, unless the drain is big enough and sufficient enough to accept that amount of water, the potential exists where you will have some flooding.
Okay, so the answer, so the answer there is that to the question of whether there was flooding itself is after both, there was flooding after both incidents?
There was some water seepage yesterday, and there was some water seepage today. And that's what prompted my call with the MUA early this morning. And as I say, until we know if in fact the drain is clear, then maybe they have to expand the size of the drain. If it's clogged, obviously we'll clear it out. But until we get the results back from the MUA, it's right now it's that's the situation we deal with. Don't forget, we dealt with a tremendous amount of rain in a 48-hour period. And unfortunately, this is the weather patterns we've been dealing with as of late. The tropical storm Elsa is coming through the region now. We should be out of here later today, but I'm hoping later today we have the results of that inspection, and then whatever corrective measures have to be taken will be undertaken. There again, we had a contractor who performed the services. If in fact it was something that a damage or something to the pipe that was performed by them, we have a performance bond to get them back in here, to make whatever corrections. If we have to expand the drainage capability, that area in question is historical, from a historical perspective. The Hudson River at one point come up to the rear parking lot of where there's now City Hall. So you're dealing with very marshy type substance that whole area is. And unfortunately, based on previous storms and things of that nature, until we come up with a mitigation plan for the whole building, we have to be wary of the possibility of that occurring again. This is why I think we're really moving forward towards the meridian barricades that we could do around the whole building, should we have events like this occurring in the future.
Okay, I appreciate that information. I'll just add my 2 cents to that. I think you should definitely look at the idea of, as you said, if you're looking at the rear drainage and over there, as well as into the parking lot, I think you should look at we've talked in the past in the city council about like Cupolex and some of these other systems that have helped on private developments that they've used. And we should explore that if we're not doing that already for these outside of the MUA and what their recommendations would be there. But looking at other water systems or ways to address those flooding concerns, and that we've made a sizable investment in that basement, and we need to make sure that we do that, I think, quickly to protect it in the eventuality of any other weather conditions like similar to what we've seen recently. That's all I have. I yield my time on this.
Okay.
All right, last but not least, we have Parks and Forestry Division, and I believe Director Ocasio is on call, so if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Sammy, how many people do you have on staff?
Altogether, do you mean for maintenance or do you mean on the staff in general?
Well, as far as maintenance, as actually going out and taking care of the parks.
If you take out the office staff and you remove also as well the forestry staff, just for parks alone, we're looking at 38.
Okay. And how many parks do we have in the city?
70, with more opening up.
Okay.
7 parks.
Hi, good morning. In looking at the various line items, back in 2008, we'd introduced a line item for specific to tree maintenance. And it seems like every budget it drops back off. And I don't see it again in this year. Has that been like rolled into something else, or was this a dedicated line item never created for it?
Councilwoman, it's factored in under Object 314, contractual services.
Okay.
So that's where that money is built in.
Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Kessler?
All the parks are open now, Sammy? I couldn't hear that clear.
Yes, Council President, all the parks are open and active, correct?
Okay, all right. That's what I want to know. And it's 7 parks, right? You said?
Excuse me?
It's 7 parks, you said?
70.
7-0.
Okay, that's why I
include-
couldn't hear you. That's why I had to ask.
That would include the pocket parks as well.
Okay, good enough. I didn't thought that was right. So let me ask you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Could the council get a list of all the parks this council?
Absolutely.
And could you include with which ward each park is located within?
No problem.
Just send it to Jazz, okay? And she'll make sure we get it.
Understood.
And just make sure the clerk is copied on that. I tend to be forgotten sometimes, so just make sure the clerk gets a copy of that as well.
Okay, Jazz, anytime we get something, make sure the clerk get it. You don't
Thanks,
have to
Council
worry.
President.
Okay, any other questions for Parks and Forestry? Okay,
Thank
if
you.
not, Director, you said that was the last division, right? We went through all the divisions?
That is correct.
Okay. Any other slides you want to go through or anything you want to add in?
I just want to go through a couple of slides that we have here. Slide 19, it pretty much shows you the trend of the budget from 2010 to 2021. Anything that's indicated in blue, those are adopted years. 2021 is in red, and that's the amount that has been introduced in 2021 budget. Also, you look at slide 22, it showed our container rental revenue. Even though 2020 was a COVID year, we still generated about 32,000 and change. It's definitely way less than 2019, but we're on pace in 2021 to generate more revenue.
When you say the container rental, what are those? Are those like the dumpsters or what's that?
The dumpsters.
Okay.
Our scrap metal, we have done pretty good. 2020, we brought in about close to 40,000. That number is definitely going up again this year. If you look at the potholes, Doug is going to give us a revised number for 2020 because he said the numbers were a little higher. So once I get that number, I'm going to revise this chart and resend it to everyone. But it gives you an idea from 2016 to 2019 how many potholes we filled citywide. The next slide, we look at graffiti removal. In 2020, we did about a little over 2,500 citywide. Same thing here, trees trimmed. We did about 300 in 2020. That number is going up because I know Sammy has a large request that he's tackling right now. The division planted a lot more trees in 2020, 556. So this division, this gives you a breakdown of how many tickets were given out, starting in 2016 to 2020. Obviously, some of our goals is to continue to be accountable and fiscally responsible. Top of our list at DPW is to encourage more local Jersey City vendors, minority, diversity veterans to do business with the city of Jersey City. We're possibly looking to change the uniform rental vendor we have currently in place. That's an estimated cost savings about $50,000 to $60,000 annually. Same thing again, if we do the in-house janitorial services, there's a potential savings of about $300,000. And obviously, these are some of our key initiatives that we have. Implementation of a new software within a division, which is currently there, to streamline the process of requesting, ordering, tracking our parts and inventory. And
the other thing we didn't cover, Councilwoman, is the sanitation division. So we can move right over to that if you wish.
Oh, we did.
Sanitation?
Yeah, we did sanitation.
We did, we didn't.
Oh, we didn't?
No, sanitation, yeah, sanitation is the last division.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. The record was correct. All right, we have Director Lamparelli online. Should anyone have any questions regarding the sanitation division?
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Obviously, you're gonna see there's an increase in line object 101, and that's strictly for the 641 unit adjustments that happened a few months ago.
And the other thing too, that I'd like to comment on is you'll see under line item 103, significant increase in overtime. Just to give you a little historical perspective, our overtime for the 2020 snow-related expenses was approximately $285,000. The 2021 amount, it was $671,000, an increase of almost $386,000. Private vendors, we spent $0 in 2020. In 2021, we spent $120,000. And rock salt, we spent in 2020 $213,000. In 2021, we spent $472,000. Obviously, based on the significance of the change of snowstorm over the period of time in September to May 19th, from September 19th to May 2020, we dealt with a total of 6.1 inches of snow. From the same time period, September 20th to May 2021, we dealt with 43 inches of snow, which necessitates a lot of cleanup. And the other issue too, and I compliment sanitation, Frank and Marty and his folks, and you know, automotive, there again, they move a tremendous amount of snow with equipment that some of which was close to 20 years old. And the fact that we were able to keep that equipment on the road is a testimony to both the operators and also Jim Lavaro and the automotive folks. Through the diligence and the graciousness of the council and the mayor, we will be replacing a significant amount of that old snow equipment. As Danny related before, things that we were able to put on for auction, we did so, resulted in income coming into the city. So, I mean, we're moving in the right direction. I don't think we've undertaken an initiative as big as this as far as specific equipment in quite some time. And moving forward, any trucks that are purchased for use by any of the divisions will now be set up for snow operations also.
How are we with sweepers? And how are we with sweepers, that equipment, those trucks?
Well, that's, I'm glad you raised that question, Councilwoman. They had changed the sweepers several years ago to these new smaller ones, and to be quite frank, they're not as good as the Elgins. The Elgin Pelicans, as they call them, are true and tried. Unfortunately, when they bought these sweepers, one of the things was a maintenance contract that Dan, I think is, what is the renewal of contract now?
It's about $400,000.
$400,000 to renew a contract just to do routine maintenance. They require a tremendous amount of daily maintenance. I can say from actually following these sweepers on their routes, they're nowhere near as effective as the Elgins. They'll pick up debris at one location and drop it a block further. They're designed more for parking lots and that type of thing. And my plan is that we attempt to glean whatever dollars we can through the private public auction availability and look towards replacing them all with the Elgins. Unfortunately, none of our folks were trained in the when they previously bought these things. And you know, in speaking to the folks that run the sweeper operations, the Elgins are just they're designed more for our type of environment, and they do a better job. So I've been in discussions with the VA's office as to what our options are. In a perfect world, I think what we should look to do is try and move them out of the fleet and move back towards the Elgins, which will give us enhanced capabilities. And sanitation, as we all discussed, is a huge issue in the city. I think sanitation, dirty streets leads to other issues. And I think that's why it's so important to have the equipment, the manpower, and whatever we can do to keep the streets clean. And there again, there's a big health concern too. Obviously, coming out of the COVID thing, we want to do what we have to do to make sure the city's safe for our residents.
Okay. Another question. I know in one of the previous slides, when we were discussing the accomplishments, we talked about DPW demolishing the school trailers, and how much money that saved the Board of Education. Don't we have a shared service with picking up some of their garbage? Is that right?
Frank, can you comment on
Yeah,
that?
that's correct. The city picks up the Board of Ed's garbage and
Okay.
recycle.
Can we, I guess, can we get like a overall figure of what our services to the Board of Ed, what that number would be, you know, of savings for the Board of Ed of what we're doing DPW wise, like a breakdown of what DPW does for Board of Education and what those numbers equate to?
Yes, 2 years ago when we took the services back, when the city took control from the state, the school board was paying 2.1 million for having garbage and recycle collected. And I believe when we took it back, the savings was like 880,000, I believe.
Okay.
Excuse me, could you send that to us, please? Could you email it to Des so we can have it exactly how much we're saving the school board?
Yeah.
And a breakdown
Okay.
of like what those services are.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. I don't know if John or Kyle is on here, but you know, since y'all brought up the school board, could you just send us a list of what we share service with the school board with? That's for Kyle or John. I don't know which one can
Yeah,
definitely send that to us so we'll
Yeah.
know what we are sharing with the school board now.
Got it. No problem.
Thank you.
Kyle, is there a amount for the garbage and recycle collection or? Kyle, in that shared service, is there amount for the garbage and recycle?
I gotta look into it. I'm not sure what we have on file. But,
Okay, I mean, you can send it to us. That's all. You can send it to us. I'm not looking for the answer now. You can send it to us, but I just want it on paper, exactly all the shared services we do with the Board of Ed.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions for sanitation? Marty, anything you want to add?
Negative. I'm good, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman, just as a note, we supplement all the other divisions with manpower weekly. So, I mean, being that I have the biggest division, I don't mind with the operators that we have. We sometimes buildings and streets don't need someone to drive a pothole truck. We did forestry with planting trees because they needed the operators. And myself and DNI, we supplement each other with manpower also. So it would be like in my division for the property maintenance people, I have 6 people to clean the whole city for vacant lots, abandoned buildings, and common areas, which I need some more labor. I know they've been giving me CDL drivers, which is great because it's backfilling some positions that guys retired. But we're in desperate need of labor, all the divisions.
Hi, this is Councilman Navarro. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi. Just a question about the trash collection with contract with Regional Industries. So the 23 contract was transferred over in January 1st, 2021. Is that the effective start date?
No, the new contract started September of 2020.
But with the payment for that, when MUA assumed the
Oh, yeah. That was January of
When did that-
2021. January of 2021.
January 2020. Okay. So the contract was still financially under the city's responsibility through the entire 2020.
The responsibility of the city would be to pay for the disposal cost still.
Now, I'm talking about the 2020 contract. The 2020 contract was financially the city's responsibility in its entirety. Is that correct?
In the entirety, that's correct.
Okay. So when it transferred over in 2021, and whoever can answer this question, I was reviewing the contract, and it looked to me like it was suggested in a previous hearing that there was language in the contract that transferred over to from the city to the MUA, the fiscal responsibility of the contract. I didn't read that. I saw something that suggested it could be transferred. So I wanted to ask, was there some other action taken by the city, whether it's through the DPW or from the business department, business administrators, that actually transferred that contract to the MUA? What effectuated that transfer of the contract? Because that resolution that I reviewed.
I think that would best be answered by the business administrator's office. Obviously that's beyond us.
Okay. Is the business administrator here?
No, Councilman, I'll follow up. I know there was some correspondence that we had with MUA last year, so I'll follow up on it.
Okay. Yeah, what I'm looking for is really what was the action taken? Was it an executive action from because it wasn't a council action. It's not in the council resolution, nor is it in the council or the contract itself, so it's not explicitly indicated in the contract itself. So I'm looking for what actually effectuated, because as far as I can tell, when the council approved the resolution, which I did not, but when the council ultimately did approve it, it was still a contract under the city's, that was the city's financial responsibility. So if I could get that information, I would appreciate it. I'm done with my questions. Thank you. Thank you all for your work. I've got to get going, so I'll be cutting out early. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Any other questions, sanitation related? Okay. If not, any other slides that you wanted to go through?
I think we covered every slide that we have on the presentation, but if the council, have any questions, please feel free to email us, call us, and we'll be more than happy to clarify or justify any of that information.
Okay. Council, we're good. Any other questions for DPW?
Danny, would you mind not unsharing your screen so we can put our faces up? Appreciate it. Thanks, Danny.
No problem.
Okay, Sean, I think we're good.
All righty.
Thank you to the council president and Councilwoman Ridley and Councilwoman Prince-Berry. As I say, we have a great relationship with the council. We appreciate all your support and help, and we can do to further assist with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Director. With that being
Thank you,
said,
Director.
may I have a motion to adjourn at 11:41 a.m.?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Prinzary. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Ridley. On the motion to adjourn at 11:41 a.m., all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
We are out of here at 11:41 a.m. We will be back at 1 p.m. with yours truly and the city council's budget. Until then, we'll see you a little later. Thank you to the director, Pierce, and all of his staff. Great job. And
Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much.
and to all the staff behind the scenes that make this possible, and to the council president and the city council members, thank you so much. And always remember, teamwork makes the dream work. See you in a little bit.
Thanks,
Thank
Sean.
you.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Let's just make sure we're taking our screens down, muting our video and muting our mics until 1 PM. That's when we convene. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
I had a little meeting that went a little over.
No problem.
They're
Just
actually
caused
still
me to
going
eat
on.
another
That's why-
candy bar, that's all.
Say again?
I said it just causes me to eat another candy bar.
I got you. I got you. That jar is gonna be really full. Okay. We'll get it started. We're ready to roll, right, council members?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record. This is a virtual budget hearing of the city clerk and city council. Today is July 9th, 2021, Friday, thank TGIF. We had a scheduled 1 p.m. start. The clock on my computer is showing 1:05 p.m. In effort to adhere to social distancing protocols and best practices imposed by the city and state authorities, the city of Jersey City has canceled all public meetings and closed non-essential services as of March 16, 2020 until further notice. As a result, this budget hearing of the municipal clerk and city council will be held virtually as a video conference with public access. So may I have a roll call? And we have Councilperson Ridley present. We have Councilperson Prince Airy present, and it looks like we have Council President Waterman present. So we have 3 council members present at 1:05 p.m. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, July 2nd, 2021 at 1 p.m. to the municipal council, mayor, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Okay, with us, we have Kyle Greaves from Budget. We also have Vivian Webb from Budget. We have Carmen Gandula from Finance. We have Desiree from the City Council. I think I covered everybody. And we have John Allen and Amanda Bransky of my staff as well. So with no further delay, Desiree, would you like to share your screen so we can put up the presentation?
How do I do that, Sean? It's my first time trying to do that.
Oh, okay. Amanda, if you stop sharing, actually, I'll make it easier. Maybe I'll share my screen instead. How's that? Okay. Desiree's like, of course. Not that, I don't want to teach you how to do it, but it's not that hard. We'll get it up there. Nope. Sorry about that. Just give me a second. Now let me share my screen. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Now, if any council member comes in, please either text me or just let me know at the end of the meeting, or you can even send a note through Teams to let me know the time he or she arrives, and I will state that for the record at the end. Okay, with that being said, we're going to go on to the next slide. So the Office of the City Clerk overview. Our department roles and responsibilities. The municipal clerk is the secretary to the municipal council, secretary to the municipality, keeper of the seal, chief election officer of the municipality, and the individual responsible for the records management of the city. So basically, the city clerk is in charge of everything and does everything. No, I'm only kidding. But yes, we serve an important role with the city. We're kind of the main vein, the artery that runs through the entire city, even of those divisions and departments that are not located in City Hall. The Office of the Clerk handles Open Public Record Act OPRA requests, also known as OPRA requests. Last year, During the pandemic, we had 3,846 requests were filed. That's still on the high end, even though we were in a pandemic. And this office stood open through the entire pandemic, and I'll get to that in the next slide or two. The Office of the City Clerk processes applications for all vital records. Our office also handles city council agendas, municipal code book, landlord registration forms, municipal service applications, sound truck permits, and all elections within the city of Jersey City. And we'll have a municipal election this year. Here is the budget and staff totals. As you can see, our staff has been dwindling down the last couple of years. We had a retirement. My brother Bob Gallagher retired as records manager as of April 1st of this year. So Sydney Harris has stepped up and is now doing the job of 2 people. And that's why you see we went from 12 to 11. We do not have any part-timers this year. Do you want me to just keep continuing and I'll take questions after? Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
Very good. And here's our table of organization. Looks a lot better than it did last year because it was my first year and I apologize, but this is a lot better. You have our name, our titles in here. And also you'll see under certain individuals, they have other titles. That's because they hold a certificate, which they call CMR, Certified Municipal Registrar. Those are the individuals that handle vital records in my office. And you can see at the Record Center, Sydney Harris is there, and then you see there's a vacancy. So looking to hire at least one person to help Sydney out once we promote him to become the new records manager. And he worked with my brother for almost close to 20 years. So he definitely is knowledgeable and deserves the opportunity to for that promotion. And I'm very excited to have Sydney take the reins. It reminds me of me, coming into this office and becoming the deputy and then eventually becoming the clerk. So I love long-term employees, and when you promote within, it's always a good sign that things are done and moving in the right direction. You also see on the bottom, we have 3 vacancies. We're actually looking to hire 3 new individuals if we can. I mean, we can take 2 at this point. I know the budget's tight, but it's very important for us because we're looking to open up shop for birth certificates. Birth certificates, we had this conversation pre-pandemic, but once the pandemic hit, it set everything backwards. The state pretty much closed down. So our hands were tied with that, unfortunately, and our vendor really couldn't do too much work. During the pandemic, they tried to do as much as they can, but now I can happily report in a positive note that we're very close, and a tentative day after Labor Day start date is a possibility to start issuing birth certificates. So it's one of those things that I'm going to be very proud of to have an accomplishment with me and my staff. And the meeting was over renovations of the office, because that's another thing that's being done at this time as well. So we want to make sure we have enough cubicles for the new individuals that are going to be coming into the office and make the office more presentable for the public, since we're a very front-facing office. Here, this slide, this is our performance indicators. So ordinances and resolutions. We're in the pandemic, so those numbers kind of went down a little bit, but we're pretty much staying steady. Marriage licenses went up, and that's because the state of New York pretty much shut down. So anyone who lived in the Manhattan area or the area that was close to Jersey City, they wanted to come over and get a marriage license. Like I repeated earlier, this office is one of the few offices in the city that did not shut down at all. I know, we talk about Health and Human Services, and they did a wonderful job and fantastic job. But I think, there are offices like myself and the tax collector that stood open and deserves some kudos to stay open and have the staff willing to come in, because in the very beginning, we had no idea what this virus was like. We didn't have the protective plexiglass until a week or 2 later after staying open. So, we all took chances coming to work every day, not missing a beat, basically. And that's why you see there's an increase in the marriage license. Oprah requests, again, they went down just a little bit, but again, I think that had a lot to do with the pandemic. We are already in the 2000s this year, so I'm thinking we're definitely going to surpass that number and may even set a record for OPRs this year coming. Death certificates, as you can see, from 2019 to 2020 with the pandemic, obviously those numbers rose, unfortunately, and we lost a lot of people in Jersey City alone with that number, and a lot of key people in Jersey City. But every loss in Jersey City is a key person. So when I say key person, it's a better word, like colleagues, coworkers. We lost a lot of coworkers to this virus, and some of them were taken way too soon from us. Okay, getting down right to the numbers. So these are the budget changes. So in 101, we budgeted 804. We expended 791 and change. We're introducing 826, but that number may increase because of the increases that I'm looking to do and the new hires that I'm looking to do. But I think they're very necessary. I asked for them in the previous year as well, but like I said, things got set back due to the pandemic. If you don't want me to go through line by line, if you have any questions at this point to ask for any of the line items, I'll be willing to answer them if there's any questions, but they're pretty much self-explanatory. I'll go right to the professional services. So you see that they budgeted 35,000 and we spent 53. That's a big number that we spent. However, if you look at, we're advertising in 2 newspapers. We had to adjust our annual notice. We normally don't have to do that, but we did have to do that to let everyone know that we were going from live meetings to virtual meetings. And it was a costly advertisement because we had to do it in 2 newspapers. And then, the cost of advertising always goes up every year too. So that's why we had that increase in that number. Anywhere else where you see an increase, it's basically just because of a price increase on what they're charging. Any questions on that?
Any questions? No.
Sean, I have, can you go back? I have a question.
You want me to go back?
Yeah, back a slide.
Okay. Give me 1 second. To this one?
Yeah. For item 304, the rents. What is that? Is that like storage or something?
So 304 is the rents. Yes. So we have, with the state, we pay the state storage fees because the microfilm we have in our office for the older marriage licenses, they date back to like 1907 to I would say 90. They have, you're always supposed to store those records on an offsite, and the state did the actual processing of those records, taking them from hard copy into microfilm. So they have the hard copy, we have 1 copy. And then there are copies that we did when we were in the record center. We did our own microfilming, and the record center has a copy and we have a copy. But there's no charge with that. But we do have a state charge with that. It's relatively low if you look at that rent. But that's why you see that, and that's what that's for. It's the rent, and it's also some of the minute books that we had done by the state. Okay.
Just a question. Sean, this is Councilman Labarro. This is actually more directed towards Kyle and John Metro.
Councilman, before you ask your question, what time did you arrive?
108.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So to Kyle, I don't know. I know you've already provided me some information. I don't know if it's included already among them. I haven't gone through it, but I'm asking if for retirement, also if you could get the list of employees who retired from January 1st, 2020 to today, and what their salaries were and the date of their retirement.
Yeah, HR. That request was given to HR. So we could follow up with them at 2 o'clock during their hearing. So like I said, they have the ability to generate a citywide report with everything. So all I can give you is what you have, because it's what I get through the status form process. So it'd be better off if they just did it on their own.
Okay, then, I came in 8 minutes late there, Sean, so if you addressed this, I apologize, but on the new hires, you have listed one new hire, and it looks like the administration approved the prorated clerk for your position, for your office. Have you filled that position already, or are you in the process of looking?
We're in the process of looking. Actually, we're in the process of coming up with the requirements. So we want to make sure that the new hire has certain requirements to work in the office. We're looking for someone who actually already has their certified municipal registrar certificate, or even experience in issuing birth records, because this is something that this office has never done. Okay, we've never issued birth records. We never had birth records in this office. So this is a huge undertaking for this office. So we want to make sure we're bringing someone with similar expertise in the field if we can. But we are going to be trained by the state. So that's why I think the September, the day after Labor Day date is it's a tentative date. So that can change. We may change to October depending on the availability from the state. But I could just tell you that the state has been very cooperative and working very closely with Vincent Arisi, who is the state registrar.
Okay. And then what were you saying with regard to Robert retirement? Are you looking to replace that, or?
So my brother, Bob Gallagher, we call him Robert. I call him Bob because he was my brother, right? But he retired April 1st, and I'm looking to promote Sydney Harris, who's worked with my brother for almost 20 years as the new records manager, just to promote him, but also hire someone to replace Sydney's position down at the record center, because that is definitely work of more than one person. Sydney definitely needs help.
Okay. And if I can just go back to your presentation, and in particular, the slide of the key performance indicators.
Let me go back.
Page 5 on your presentation.
This one here?
Yep.
Yep.
So on the legislation process, is that resolutions and ordinances?
Yes.
Okay. And then on Oprah requests received, do you have any sort of analysis? I know we've talked about this in the past, but do you analysis of like what kind of requests you're seeing and what the nature of those Oprah requests are, because they have increased now. They seem fairly steady now, I guess, for the past 3 years, but still a substantial amount.
They have, and I'll look into that, Councilman. I know we use GovQA as our software that we use for our Oprah requests, so I'll look into to see if we can actually, print out something for that, and I'll share it with the entire municipal council. But I would tell you, just off the top of my head, a lot of the requests are requests for, when people are looking to buy homes in Jersey City, they want to know if the permits were proper permits were taken out for any work that was done. If there was ever an oil tank on the property. That's the good majority of our requests, and then you'll have some requests with traffic accidents that happen if we have CCTV camera, audio, video, and sometimes if there is an incident that happens in a certain area or two, we'll get requests for body cam footage as well, those kind of things. But I'll see if I can get that, if GovQA is able to provide that type of report. I will definitely share it with the entire council.
So the GovQA, you manage all those Oprah requests through GovQA?
That's correct.
So are you able to issue a report on like the date received and then how much time it takes to process a Oprah request?
I will get back to you and let you know exactly what it's capable of doing. I personally have never run a report from GovQA, but I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how long the processing time is and kind of the average.
Yep. So you got to keep in mind though, during the pandemic, the governor issued an executive order that extended the time because obviously unlike our office, there was a lot of offices that were closed. So we had no way of providing the records for certain requests that were made during the pandemic without the people physically being in there and responding to those requests.
Yeah. My last question on this KPIs, death certificates issued. So is that a death certificate is issued upon request of the deceased families, or how is that done? Or is it just every death in Jersey City issued a?
That's every death that occurred in Jersey City in all those years that you see. And the big increase obviously was during the pandemic. We lost a lot of people in Jersey City, and a lot of coworkers, and and a lot of people were taken way too soon. But that's why that number grew so much from the past years. But that's that occurred in Jersey City for the year.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That are debts that occurred in Jersey City for that year.
All right, but my question is do you issue a death certificate upon request, or is it every time there's a death that a certificate is issued?
So certified copies are issued upon request. Mostly we deal with the funeral homes. So the funeral homes make the request on behalf of the families. We normally don't deal with the families, but sometimes the families require more than what they requested or what they asked the funeral home for, and they'll come in person or even request it via mail.
So the number of death certificates issued, what I'm trying to get at is the number of death certificates issued aren't necessarily reflective of the number of Jersey City deaths or residents that died.
The title should be changed. It should be debts occurred. That death certificates issued. That's I need to change that. I apologize.
No, I'm not looking for. I'm actually. So my point is that number seems really low to me, actually, given COVID, right? So I would expect that number to be a lot larger than our typical years, and it is larger for sure, but I would expect it to be a lot larger, frankly. And so I'm just wondering if there are more deaths reported in Jersey City than actual death certificate issued, is what I'm trying to figure out.
So this number comes directly from the electronic registration of death certificates system that is issued through the state. This is a report that I printed out from January 1st to December 1st. To December 30th to 2020. These were debts that occurred in Jersey City. That's the total number. That's the number I'm getting. I can share, I can share the numbers with you and show you where the numbers come from. I can't share the total information because that is vital. Those are vital records. I don't know if that's answering your question.
It doesn't really, but what I'm trying to get at is it hypothetically, if somebody dies from COVID and then their body gets shipped to overseas to Colombia because that's where their family wants them to go, they never go through through a funeral home here or the hospital doesn't request their death certificate, or is somebody having to request their death certificate in order for that number to be triggered? Or or does that family's death get counted in your numbers?
So those numbers are from death certificates that are filed with like the hospital. The funeral home starts the process, right? So the funeral home, there's always a funeral home that's going to be involved when there's a death that occurs in Jersey City. Whether the funeral home is located in Jersey City or not, but a funeral home does start the process of a death certificate. So then they fill out the top portion of the death certificate, and then there's a medical portion that's on the bottom of it. And if in that case where they're shipping the body over, usually the initiator of the death certificate, which would be the funeral home, would file that in the municipality that they have two options. They can file it in the municipality that they're located in, or file it directly where the death occurred. That could be two different municipalities. But that number is a reflection of all the death certificates that were filed in Jersey City by various funeral homes, regardless of their location.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on the KPIs? Okay, let me go on the line items. Any more questions on the budget changes?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So this is our annual general and primary election account. Last year, we budgeted 80,000, we expended 104. I think that had a lot to do with the pandemic. We had a total vote by mail elections in 2020. So, you know, the printing was a little more than what it normally would be. So that's why we're asking a little more money this year than we would in previous years. Because we didn't know what 2021 was going to bring, and I was happy to see that more people are getting vaccinated and you know, taking the safety precautions, and they opened up the polling places for the primary election this year. So that was a good sign of things moving in the right direction. Any questions on this? Okay, municipal election. So this year will be my very first municipal election that I'll be certifying as your clerk. We budgeted the amounts here. This is every 4-year occurrence with this office and this process. This will, like again, I said, this will be my first time certifying it. I think this number is a good number. The only way that we're on the hook for everything is if we do have runoffs. Runoffs are going to be totally on us. Those runoffs will occur on December 7th if necessary. It depends on, you know, if it's the mayor at large, that's a citywide runoff, or if it's just a ward. And I don't want to make it sound lightly, but they're all costly, no matter if it's a citywide or a ward. Any questions with that? All right. Moving on. Our annual audit. This is our every year thing. This is the price. It hasn't really changed in many years. It's under us. I'm not quite sure why, but it's been under us since I've been around. So, but this is the annual cost of the annual audit. So here is some of the justifications from 2020 and our 2021 operational needs. So salaries were increased for promotions that we did last year, and we did request new hires, but we never got to do that with the new hires. Increases to supplies are needed to supply certified copies for birth certificates and an increase in price of the supplies, right? So prices for envelopes, you know, we issue certified copies to individuals for marriage licenses and death records at this point, and we require these envelopes to hand off to either the funeral home or the families, or even to put them in the mail. So I'm assuming we're gonna need to order a lot more, being that you know, we'll be handling birth certificates in the future. Hopefully the day after Labor Day will start. Advertisement costs have increased. We advertise in multiple newspapers. Again, I think we've seen a big increase from last year because I did explain that before. The annual notice had to be re-advertised in 2 newspapers because we had to let everybody know that, you know, we weren't having any more live meetings until further notice, and that we were doing virtual. And I have to say, I have to have a big thank you to Bernadette and her staff. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Brian Platt, the former business administrator, and also the current business administrator, John Metro, for all their help during that process of selecting a platform to do virtual meetings. And not that I want to toot my own horn, but myself and my staff did a tremendous job, and basically, moving the city forward without a hitch with the city caucus meetings and the council meetings. And I think the public, members of the public, were very pleased of how we handled the platform. And I got a lot of compliments on how we handled ourselves. So it's nice to hear compliments, because you usually hear it's always the other way. It's always a complaint. Our office needed to purchase a new microfilm machine doing research on old marriage licenses. So our microfilming machine that we had was purchased, I would have to say, probably near the beginning of Robert's career. And he worked with us for over 38 years. And we had to replace that machine. So now we have a newer machine that is able to do the job, and it's definitely cost sufficient. We're definitely going to need to raise the salary of some of the non-management employees. Like I said, Sidney Harris is definitely one of them. Looking to promote him to records manager. I'm also going to need a second deputy, because we're going to restructure the office to have like a vital records portion with Oprah request, and then a legislation portion of the office that strictly deals with the council meetings and, all that other stuff that we do besides Oprah requests and vital records. I want to do a little bit of a restructuring of the office. The city clerk office will need to hire at least 2 additional employees to help with the issuance of the birth certificates. Like I said that early in the presentation, we would prefer someone with some experience, because again, none of us really do have the experience with birth records. However, we are getting training from the state once we're ready to go, and that should be in the next month or 2. We're going to need to hire at least 1 employee in the record center to help out Sidney once he gets promoted to be the records manager. He's definitely going to need the help, because that's definitely a 2-man job. It was a 3-man job at one point, and I'd be willing to do that, but I don't want to, stretch it, push it with budget. I don't want Kyle to beat me up in any way. So, at least 1 person I think would be sufficient, and Sidney will be able to work with that person. The clerk's office is looking to digitize minute books from the 1900 to 1991, and marriage license books from 1907 to 1991. So we're looking to digitize the books that we use to look up old resolutions, old ordinances, and old marriage licenses. It would make things move a lot faster. And obviously, we can, once we have these digitized, as far as the minute books are concerned, my intention is to put it online onto our website. So, that's one of the things I want to do, working with my deputy and the IT staff and communications from the mayor's office to try to be as transparent as possible. This office handles a lot of records, and like the municipal election results, I want to have them all on our website, so anyone can take a look at that without calling the office. Not that we don't want phone calls, but I think it would be more efficient for someone to, and easy access for the public to take a look at that. And I also want to put up county committee results. So if a person's looking to see how long they've been a county committee member, I think we have records that date back into the early 90s or late 90s into the to present time. So we can try to get that on the website as well. There are a couple of more non-management employees that I didn't mention. I'm not going to name them by name, but they're the 2 individuals. There's a couple individuals that handle vital records that are definitely going to need an increase in salary, almost basically just because we're going to be adding the birth records to it. There's only certain individuals that can handle those things in the office, and some of the office employees that do handle it are not paid well. And they definitely deserve an increase, especially through this whole pandemic. Like I said, if I sound like a broken record, I'm sorry, but we did stay open. We're one of the few offices that stood open through the entire pandemic. Does anyone have any questions for me with that? Because next is the municipal council overview.
Okay, so I just wanted to do a quick overview with the municipal council office. So the city council in Jersey City consists of 9 members, 1 council member for each of 6 wards, plus 3 at-large council members who represent the entire city. Every 2 years, the members of the city council vote among themselves to select 1 member to serve as the city council president. The council president presides over the council meetings and attends bi-weekly meetings with the city administration office, who sets the agenda for subsequent council meetings. The council president also manages the day-to-day operations of the city council, of the city council office. The responsibilities of a city council member generally involve determining city government and administration policies, as well as adopting budget and legislation. They also have assistants, which are their council aides, and they're responsible for maintaining the council members' calendar, scheduling meetings, screening their incoming and outgoing mail and phone calls, assisting in constituent services, and also researching legislation and so much more. This is our table of organization. As you see the council president up on top, but below her, you'll see 2 council at-larges, and under each council member, you'll see their assistants. I am the council administration. I assist the council president with various tasks. I'm also responsible for maintaining city council event calendars. I also deal with the financial system. I prepare quarterly stipend checks. I keep track of requisitions, purchase orders, partial payments, timesheets. I also make sure that the council also stays on budget. I help with constituent issues and I direct them to the right source. I sit on resolutions, citations, and whatever the council may need, I am to their services. These are some of our goals and projects that the council members are currently on. Our 2020 goals you'll see on the side. We have rent control legislation, affordable housing legislation, art rep per diem, city master plan, public schools. I know we're dealing with public schools. I know me and Mira had a brief discussion. I don't know if you want to chime in, Mira, to see where you at. I know you're meeting with them.
Correct. So back in 2019, we had started a pilot that was going to open public school parking lots to the public. The pilot itself was successful, but then COVID-19 hit. The one benefit of the pilot already in place was that we were able to work with the superintendent to open the lots up free of charge. When the district went back to hybrid, they went ahead and closed the lots again to get them cleaned up and ready for the teachers and staff to come back. So we went back to the school pilot, and we are in conversation to go back to rolling this out as a park mobile program citywide, as we originally intended back in 2019.
Great. On the other side, we have some achieved goals. One of many we have achieved and passed the art rep per diem and also affordable housing legislation. These are our current projects and some committees that the council members are currently on. Current project is our West Side Avenue Street Program, First Responders, First Home Program, School Parking Lot. On the side, we have our completed projects is the Mallory Ave Parking Grass Median Program and Marion Ave Restaurant Overlay Program. Below that, you'll see some committees, one of many of what the council members are currently involved in. We have Bayfront Advisory Committee, Open Space Trust Fund Committee, Shade Tree Committee, Immigrant Affairs Committee, Ad Hoc Committee to review JCPD policies and procedures, Diversity Inclusion Advisory Committee, and Street Renaming Committee. This is our council staff. As you see, we have 5 currently in 2025 part-times, and we have 18 full-time employees in our council office. And these are our line items that I know you guys are familiar with. If you like, I'm gonna go, Council President, do you want me to go each and under each item? Or does anybody have any questions on any item?
See if they have any questions on the line items. They might be pretty much familiar with them.
So the part-time, this is Councilman Navarro, the part-time staff that was listed in the head count, those are the aides, correct?
Yes, there's some aides that are full-time and there's certain aides that are part-time.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring up what I raised in a previous budget hearing, and this is more directed towards, I guess, to the administration as well as the rest of the council, is that are we looking to restore the council's part-time and staff and interns or whatever lines. I don't even remember which lines they were in previously, part-time or seasonal, or both. There was some confusion about that as to where those dollars should be appropriated or budgeted. So what's the verdict for 2021? I think it should be restored. It seems like everybody else is back to normal budgets. I don't know why we wouldn't be either.
What was the question, Rolando? Which line item?
No, he wants to know if we getting our students back. Remember when COVID came, they cut us from our students.
Yeah, they haven't.
And
The o-
at
the
the
only,
time, they said they would bring them back when it was when we come up out of it. And it seemed like, everything is going back to normal. And we want to know, will we have our students restored too?
right now, the only thing reflected in the budget document is, obviously the full-time council members, full-time aides, the council people, and the part-time aides. Anything for interns or seasonals, whether it be credits or paid wages, it's not included here. So that would require us to amend this total here. I mean, I'm assuming in 2019 it was paid out of the seasonal line. So that would have to require an amendment. I don't know what the conversations have been with the administration, so I mean, probably.
Okay, we'll have to have a conversation with the administration then. So.
Yeah.
That was the conversation even before John got there with Brian. I remember that conversation. So
I'll just add, Council President, for myself, for the record, that well, I think certainly can have the conversation with the administration. The budget belongs to the council, and this is the council's budget, and I'm going to advocate for that and say we should restore that immediately. It's I think Councilman Boggiano used to call for that, was asking for that often. I just think we've appropriated $69 million in federal funds, federal aid, and how our office can't seem to find how there aren't dollars for our offices to be able to operate with minimal staff supports. Like when I say minimal, the most minimalist of support is beyond me. I'm not sure, and I think it's completely within our hands, and that we no disrespect intended to the administration, but if we don't take it for ourselves, we can't expect anybody to just be to kind of be generous with us on this issue.
Okay.
Well
taken.
I have a question about the I guess the differences in salaries from the council people. What accounts for the differences? Like, does it go to your town with the city, or?
Are you talking about part-timers or full-timers?
Council people. What do we consider now? Part-time, full-time?
Full-time.
The full-time is for obviously the council people, and those salaries, of course, are set by ordinance. And any full-time aides working 40 hours a week are included there. And the 102 line is the part-time count. I wouldn't say part-time, but the ones working 22 hours or 22 and a half hours a week, whatever the allocation is. Those are included the 102.
Okay, but
the name should be listed in the binder as well.
Okay, but what I'm saying is they're different, right? When we did the ordinance, we changed everybody's.
Yes, I believe there may be one. Obviously, the council president is I think a little higher, and there's 2 council people that have longevity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But all the base salaries for the regular council members is the same, 60,000.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions for myself or Desiree? I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the municipal council, council president, and the entire city council for giving us this opportunity to present our budget. And we really appreciate your support. And we work so well together. And like I say at every end of every meeting, teamwork makes the dream work, right? But this is the dream right here. This is the team right here that makes it all happen. So I'm thankful to be your clerk, and I'm thankful for another year, another budget year, and for your support. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, Sean, you and your staff, and thank you, Des.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. So with that being said, may I have a motion to adjourn at 1:49 PM?
Motion.
Ooh, that motion was first made by Councilperson Ridley, and I'm going to give the second to Councilperson Prinzary to be fair. On the motion to adjourn at 1:49 PM, all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are out of here at 1:49 PM, but just stand by. We will be coming on for our last budget hearing for the Department of Human Resources. So we're going to have a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 2 PM. Thank you so much, Council President, members of the council, my team, behind the scenes, my staff, and everybody that makes these meetings possible. Thank you so much. And again, teamwork makes a dream work. See you in a little bit.
Hey, Sean, are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilperson
Oh,
Ridley.
no, my screen was like doing something funny. It looked like everyone was trying to connect, so I wasn't sure if it was my computer acting up.
No,
or-
no.
Okay.
No,
I
it's
was like, I
all
never
good.
saw that before. Maybe something's wrong.
No, it's all good. Are we ready to get rolling or?
Well, it still looks weird. It has a lot of people saying connecting or like they're calling. Are they here or?
Really? I know Joanne and Scott are here.
You see how if you go under the participants, it all says calling or they're like their
that.
picture is blinking saying connecting?
Oh, yeah.
That's why
That's
I was
really
like, wait a
weird.
minute. I don't know if I'm like on right. Is it me or?
I wouldn't pay attention to that because I can see you, I can hear you. You're fine. But we should we'll get the ball rolling. I'm just waiting for Amanda to share her screen so then we can all be seen. And then if Joanne and Scott have a presentation that they want to share, we'll have Amanda unshare her screen once that's done. All right, I'll send myself live for now. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record. Today is Friday, July 9th, 2021. This is a virtual budget hearing of the Department of Human Resources. We had a scheduled 2 p.m. start. The clock on my computer is showing 2:10 p.m. In effort to adhere to social distancing protocols and best practices imposed by the city and state authorities, the city of Jersey City has canceled all public meetings and closed non-essential services as of March 16, 2020 until further notice. As a result, this virtual meeting of the Department of Human Resources will be held virtually as a video conference with public access. So present with us, council members present, we have Councilperson Ridley, Councilperson Prince Airy, and Council President Waterman. Do we have anyone else, any other council members on? I do not see anyone else. Okay. We also have Kyle Greaves from Budget, Carmen Gandula, Desiree from City Council, Vivian Webb, and we have our Director Joanne Rosa, and we have Deputy Director Scar Carbone of the Department of Human Resources. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the meeting notice of this hearing was similarly disseminated to the Municipal Council, Mayor, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Okay, Joanne, Director Rosa, would you like to share your screen, or will Scott be sharing his screen for the budget presentation?
No, it will be me.
It'll be you. Okay, Director. So whenever you're ready to share your screen, we'll put it up on there so we can all see it. There we go. Alrighty. I'm going to send this live. And can everybody see that now?
Yes.
Okay. Director
Yes.
Rose, it's all yours. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Who is chairing the meeting? I apologize.
No problem. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries there.
No, it's no problem. Go right ahead.
Very good. Go ahead, Director. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be presenting the budget 2021. Our department roles and responsibility, our mission is the human resources strive to foster a competent, engaged, and accountable workforce, while also closely working with the city administration and management to promote best practices and efficiently provide quality service that meet the city evolving human capital needs. The vision of the Department of Human Resources is to build a responsive, professional, 21st century human resources department. And our values is service, professionalism, innovation, respect, initiative, and teamwork. The budget and staff total, if you can see in the comparison from the years to 2017 to 2021, our introduced budget for this year is $2,423,050. In the employee head counts, in these currently we hold a total of 24 employees. Of the 24, 23 are full-time and 1 seasonal. The department consists of the director's office, who has 3 employees, employee benefits, who hold 6 employees, the division of employee relation and strategic workforce holds 12 employees, and the office of risk management that is under employee relations have 3 employees. As I mentioned originally, the director office has me as the head of the department, Scott Carbone as a deputy director, and Jennifer Racola as our executive assistant. The division of employee benefits, right now we don't have a division director, but we are recruiting for that position. We have 2 senior managers, which is Christine Kakoleski and Nicole Dupree. We have an investment specialist who is Lori Disbrow, and all the administrative team for employee benefit is Alma Kadrick, Ramesh Dionaran, and Marisol Velez. The division of employee relation and strategic workforce, it does not have a division director, but functionally right now, Scott and myself are the one functioning as the division director. Inside of the division of employee relations, we have Luis Pacheco as one of the senior managers, administrative team that is Awilda Roman, Samantha Venegas, Ahmad Javed, and Maria Courtright. And our management team, Khadija Panir, Mobin Youssef, Mohammed Imtiaz, and Kalmani Magee. Inside our division is the Office of Risk Management, who the office director is Matt Hogan, and the administrative team is Veronica Marino and Rosa Braxton. The employee benefits overview administer the city health benefit plan for eligible employees and retirees, enroll new hires and retirees into health benefit plans, and process various medical benefit claims. Also manage the different civilian pensions, the ERS, PRS, and DCRP, and process all the retirement and disability early retirement application, and provide employee re-retirement counseling. Employee relations is responsible for centrally and strategically providing human resource and workforce planning services for nearly 4,000 city employees. Oversight of the disciplinary action, grievances, employee mediation, labor negotiation, coaching, training, continuing education. Also, we oversight the affirmative action, EEO workplace investigation, training, FMLA and ADA compliance, and oversight of the civil service compliance, employee background checks, and voluntary intern oversight. The Office of Risk Management supervises the administration and payment of worker compensation and applicable benefit and claims for current and former employees, and responsible for the administration of the city self-insurance and general insurance program. The key initiative that we held during 2020 and some of this year, we created and implemented various safety policies to safeguard our workforce during COVID-19 pandemic. We implemented a work from home program to accommodate city and employee needs throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. We offer a voluntary separation incentive. We centralize the division of employee benefit into one location and effectively respond to maintain the city workforce functional and operational, working in conjunction with the departments. Our highlight metrics during the year of 2020, we have 541 separation, We contrive of people retiring, the voluntary incentive program, and different type of separation. During that year, also we have 98 new hires full-time, and most of these new hires were particularly essential employees. And the average throughout the year 2020 is 43 years old. Also, in 2020, we only have 203 disciplinary action and 25 EEO complaints. The goals that we were able to achieve during 2020 was creating a more efficient and seamless onboarding process, create a multi-year strategy to reduce healthcare costs to 15% of the city budget, full implementation of our successful tuition reimbursement policy for management employee, and full implementation of our Grow Forward program, which promotes opportunity within the city employees. Some of the goals that we have for 2021, to create a cyber incident report team and response plan, to provide workplace safety and OSHA compliant training citywide and increase monitoring of work sites, implement employee online portal and mandatory direct deposit for all part-time and full-time employees, have a city employee benefit and wellness session, and provide training for employees transitioning into supervisory or management capacity. The budget changes for our department, the majority, it was in the director office, since all the training, conference, continuing education costs, it was transferred into our department to be centralized. And also in the employee relations, that we wanted to start with the process of having HR specialists in each department. You can see here in more detail with the director office that you can see that the majority is going towards the training programs. Employee benefits, it was the minimal changes that we had. Employee relations, the largest amount of increase, like I mentioned before, is because we want to recruit HR specialists to be embedded on each department to help on the daily operational and consistency providing services to each department regarding training, disciplinary actions, and more consistent support from HR. As I mentioned originally, the budget changes justification, the salaries in the Division of Employee Relation and Strategic Workforce has increased from $227,412 for the implementation of HR specialists to educate, support, and enforce city policies and procedures is a consistent and continuous basis in each department. And the department expenses for employee education, trainings, and meeting have increased by $125,000, mainly due to the centralization of training, continuing education, and conference formally distributed by departments. The operational needs, so HR lost around 7 employees in 2020, which have decreased the productivity and the efficiency of the department. And the addition of these HR specialists in each department will increase the productivity, support, and compliance needed for an effective and productive workforce. So that is our presentation.
Okay, Amanda, if you can share your screen so then we can all see each other and open it up for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone have any questions? Let me ask a question concerning training. So now HR is going to be responsible for training throughout the whole city, employees? I don't know.
Correct. So before each department have a training budget, so any employee that has needed certification for their licenses or specific training for their function were done through the department. But right now, all that budget was centralized to HR, so that way we can monitor and we make sure that everybody is in compliance with all the credits needed to maintain their licenses and any other continuing education.
Okay, okay. So it's you guys. Okay, and okay, I know y'all did the salary analysis back, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how are we trying to get, especially the laborers, increased salary? I know it got to deal with union and everything else. Is it by law? I don't know. Maybe Scott, you can jump in. I don't know. That we have to continue with these unions, because every time I'm dealing with a salary increase, especially when it comes to the labor force of the city, it's always the union. You negotiate with the union. So if the union is not as productive, is it possible that the employees can always or select another union? I'm just trying to figure this out here, because the labor force is the ones that's salaries are so low, it's hard to keep them. They need training, and it affects the quality of life throughout the city. I see it more and more.
Okay, so I'll try and answer that as best I can. So yes, of course, the employees of the city do have a right to unionize, always have, always will. Whether or not they choose to stick with their current union is really up to them. It's unlawful for us as the city or managers to interfere with that or even suggest that they do that, and we don't. As far as the compensation goes, you mentioned some of the lower compensated categories of employees, laborers. That's always up for negotiations with the union. You know, we do reopen our labor contracts every so often for new negotiations. To date, the unions have chosen not to focus those efforts at increasing pay for, you know, the lower level employees, but really this year in the negotiations that they've saw it across the board, pay increases for all their members, and also some other increased healthcare benefits. But that is, you know, always something in negotiations that the city can and will explore with the unions if that's something that they want to take up. But to answer your other question, they would have the right, and there is a procedure in place under state law for them to choose another union to represent them if that was their desire.
Okay. Now let me ask this question. Based on your chart, when it comes to the COJC separations, you said it was 541.
Correct.
Okay, that is how many people are retired and what else?
Retire, the buyout, the voluntary incentive program.
Okay.
And people that departed looking for other opportunities.
Okay, so, and then for the new hires, it's like 98, correct?
98, correct.
So if we lost 541, correct?
Correct.
And we only hired 98, correct?
Yes.
Why can't we hire more? I don't know. I'm just looking at the numbers. I'm trying to understand it.
Remember that around the pandemic, we did have a hiring freeze. So the
Right.
positions that they were filled, they were mostly the new hire, were essential employee. Other of the positions that were backfilled went through the Grow Forward program. But a lot of other the positions are still vacant, as I'm assuming other department has presented during their budget presentation.
Right, because I'm looking at the numbers. If it's 541 and 98, it's still a big gap. So I'm
Correct.
just trying to see, even based on the budget that is presented to us and all the departments that came before us, it seemed like, that we can meet some of the staffing need.
Joanne, does that include separations for seasonal employees too? That
Yes,
aren't
some of
necessarily
it, yes.
positions? Okay. So I would assume that's a bulk of it. That may not be necessary every year for some departments, but obviously when HR can provide the actual report of separations, you'll be able to see how many were actually full-time or, more frequently part-time staff rather than seasonal employees. Because I know they obviously offboard a lot of people every year for recreation seasonal program and stuff like that. So I would assume that that's a big bulk of that 500 number. So.
And also there were a significant amount of police and fire retirements, and those classes of employees take time to build up again because they have to go through the academies. So I would assume, at least for those numbers, that will even out somewhat in the year we're in and the next year.
Yeah, and another point to make too now, like we just finished onboarding these summer seasonals for recreation just, over the last month. So I'm not sure if those numbers are reflected in the new hires for this year, but I would assume that also is probably upwards of, maybe 100 people. I don't know exactly how many. That would kind of even it out and kind of make things make more sense.
Okay, could you send that to us though, so we'll know exactly, how many people, left and what positions they were in versus the new hire? Because if the bulk is seasonal, then I would like to see that. Because like I said, everybody did present, and staffing is an issue, especially when it comes to the laborers, and quality of life is serious for the city. So
No problem.
I'd like to know that. Anybody else have questions?
Hi, this is Councilman Lavarro. I'm sorry I was late coming in as well. So if you covered this, my apologies. It's my understanding. I just wanted to ask, and I've asked in other hearings and suggested that HR would be the provider of the information. Citywide information about separations, meaning retirement, resignations, or any other reasons why somebody would be separated from the organization. Starting January 1st, 2020 to present date. If I could get the name of the employee, department, division, the date of hire for that employee, and the date of their last final date of employment. And then the date of any new hires from January 1st, 2020 to today with the same date of hire, with the division, department, as well as any other identifying information that's available about the employees for both categories of information, including with the separations, if you include voluntary separation incentives, anyone who took advantage of that program. And then lastly, any transfers from January 1st, 2020 to present date, where they originated at, and what their originating salary was, and then when they transferred to where they transferred to, and what their salary was at the time of at the transfer and at the current time, and at their current time, their current salary. Okay. And then lastly, and I think, I don't know if, again, if Kyle already provided this to me or if your office is going to provide it, it's the any adjustments or increases in salaries, specifically the pay equities. Well, for whatever the reason is for citywide, again, January 1st, 2020 to today, any increase in salaries for any employee citywide, and the reason for that increase, whether it was pay equity, or if it was merit pay, or if it was longevity or contractual, right?
Okay.
Okay. How soon can you turn that around?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
How soon can you turn that around?
Next week.
Okay. Early next week or late next week?
Mid next week.
Mid next week. That's great. I'll take it. Negotiated. Ding. Got it. Okay. And then if I may ask to Kyle or to HR, whoever can respond to this. So for folks who are getting contractual increases, do we have a separate budget line for those contractual increases, or is that incorporated within the budget of each department and division?
Yep, so we, in our unclassified section of the budget, we have a salary adjustment line. Every year we have that in there. In the introduced budget this year, it's approximately $1 million, but anything that's been settled so far to date that is effective is reflected in the employee's salary. I believe that's really only 641, so we've accounted for that within the departments there, and anything outstanding will be covered through that adjustment line potentially. So, you know, we still don't know what the exact figure will be, but that's our estimate, and you know, when we get more information, we'll share it.
Where is that line contained in? You said $1 million?
It's in the unclassified section. It should be sheet 17 of the budget document.
Okay. And currently that $1 million is just for local 641?
No, that is for anything outstanding. 641 settled, so we adjusted the salaries of those individuals within the proposed budgets. So you'll should saw a lot of those within Public Works specifically. I think they're the only department that has those employees.
So all the other contracts remain unsettled at this point?
Scott could probably let us know. He does the negotiating.
Are there contracts for the year 2021 for those other unions outside of 641? Are they still are their salaries still negotiable at this point, or is it?
So we've come to a tentative agreement with Local 246, who's the largest civilian union out there. And we hope to get that before the council at the earliest opportunity. Essentially, as soon as the union ratifies it on their end, we'll be happy to put it before you, and we will do that. Other than that, the other two outstanding unions are the supervisors, who we are meeting with the week after next, and Local 245. And historically, the settlement pattern has been once the 246 union usually is the first one to resolve their contracts. 245 usually resolves for a similar. It's usually a similar deal, and the supervisors, because they're supervisors, usually end up with a little better of an increase. But as soon as those are done, we'll get those we'll get those in front of the council.
What about police and fire? They're all incorporated in the current budget, or is that?
Yes, police and fire are settled until the year 2024 at this point, and those costs should all be contained within the current budget.
And they're contained within the department, like the detailed budget?
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
What about who does 641 represent?
641 represents what are probably best known as the former JCIA employees. Right now, they occupy the Division of Sanitation and the Division of Neighborhood Improvement at DPW. Most of the CDL drivers that the city employs are in those two divisions, and hence in 641.
What about the municipal court workers? Where do they?
The municipal court workers are in Department of Administration, which is covered by Local 246, which we've come to, as I said, we've come to a agreement with.
Okay. So management, not supervisors, management are not represented by any union. And so we have our management employees citywide who are not, whose salaries are not directed by the ordinance. So we have certain directors, departments, et cetera, that we've set their salaries by ordinance, and then we have other management level employees who are not set by ordinance. So what's the status of their salaries? I know year after year we've had discussions about that in the past. I don't remember the last time that group saw an increase, and we've been talking about kind of increasing salaries for various classes of employees here in Jersey City. Where does that stand here citywide, and the administration's position on that?
So council, first to point out, you're absolutely correct. Other than the directors and other management level employees who are covered by the ordinance, the remaining are not, and they're not covered by any kind of union agreement. Essentially, any kind of salary adjustment would be at the discretion of the administration. You know, as they're not unionized or not, their salaries aren't set by ordinance. Maybe I think, well, Kyle's on. I don't know if anyone else from administration is on who could speak to that. I certainly wouldn't be the best person to speak to that.
Yeah, I'm really not aware of anything for those type of management people as far as any ordinances adjusting salaries. So that would have to be directed to the business administrator. And there's nothing in the budget. There's nothing in the budget planning for that either. So at the moment,
the ordinances, and Scott, maybe you could speak to this, is ordinances would not set their salary. Like how that would only be effectuated through an executive action.
Correct. The ordinance, as I recall it, sets the salaries for the department directors and some other positions such as municipal court judges and some other statutory positions in the city that by law we have to have an ordinance to determine what we're going to pay those individuals. But yes, the large portion of management employees are not covered by either union contract or the ordinance. So, you know, again, that decision would need to be made by the administration if those individuals were their salaries were to be adjusted.
Could their ordinances be set by, or could their salaries be set by ordinance?
I mean, traditionally, that's, you know, something within the discretion of the administration, which sort of takes it outside of the realm of an ordinance. The reason that there's an ordinance for other positions is because the law requires it, and I would assume the thinking behind that is those are the kind of positions that the state legislature wants the council involved with. But for other, you know, let's just call them regular, you know, management level employees, that is squarely within the administration's discretion.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
No problem.
is that it?
I think we might have lost the council president. I'm not sure. She was kind of quarterbacking this session.
She actually had to step out real
Oh,
quick.
okay.
She could be returning any minute.
All right.
She had to take a bathroom break.
Are we complete? I just had to step out of the room. I'm terribly sorry.
I think Sean, as did the council president, we're just waiting for her to return since she's kind of in charge of this session.
He went to the bathroom real quick, but he should be returning.
Oh, that was the same thing I had to do. So
Yeah.
I apologize. I wasn't sure if we were done. I heard dead silence and I was like, oh no. Well, I would like to thank the director and the deputy director for presenting while we're waiting. I'll put my
Thank
camera on
you.
so we can all see each other.
Thank you, Sean.
No problem. And TGIF, right?
Absolutely.
It's been a long week.
So, since we're waiting, I'm just gonna ask then, I missed the early part. So you're down to 2 divisions under HR? Is that?
Correct.
Plus the Office of Risk Management.
Right.
Which is not a division, but certainly has a big responsibility in managing all the workers' comp claims and insurance.
Can I ask while, again, since we're waiting, I'm looking at page 12 of your KPIs, your key performance indicators. The number of disciplinary actions shows a dramatic decrease down to 2020 to 203 from 313. So disciplinary actions, what goes into that metric as to having taken a disciplinary action?
Can you repeat your question, please?
What actions or go into being counted as a disciplinary action within that 203 disciplinary actions in the year 2020? Like, what are we
What were the
counting?
disciplinary actions, or what was the cause of the discipline?
What is a disciplinary action? Let's just.
Well, it may vary. It can be written reprimand, like suspension, minor discipline. It varies depending on the infraction.
Okay.
So that, yeah, Councilman, that, yeah, as Joanne indicated, that could range on the lower end for a written reprimand all the way up to a removal at the high end. So that's really an all-encompassing figure.
And those disciplinary actions result from what? From a manager bringing an action against someone, or they can originate from like from a colleague or from someone even from outside of the organization bringing some sort of complaint against someone?
Yeah, all of the above. I mean, by and large, they come from the division directors and department directors who will notify us that, you know, an employee's committed an infraction and you know, they want to hold them accountable via discipline, and we assist with that. But there have been other situations in which complaints have come in from members of the public about an employee's conduct that have similarly resulted in discipline being issued.
So is it possible there's a disciplinary action, that there's a complaint brought against an employee or an individual within the organization, but no disciplinary action is taken?
Yes. An example would be if a coworker or a member of the public brought a complaint against an employee, it was investigated and found to be untrue or not substantiated, we wouldn't issue any discipline in that situation.
Okay. So could I get information about the count for for the same 3 years, 2018, 19, 20, the complaints brought, and then which ones led to disciplinary actions and which ones led to just dismissals or disposed of, or no action taken, whatever, or found that there was no wrongdoing, or
So we don't, to my knowledge, and again, I've only worked in HR for the past 16 or 17 months. Joanne could maybe answer better, but I don't think we track it in quite in that way, as in complaints lodged versus discipline handed out. If a disciplinary action is handed out, we certainly track that, and I think those are the numbers that showed up on the KPIs that you were looking at. But, you know, for example, if one employee makes a complaint against another employee and we investigate it and we determine that there was no infraction, the mere fact that that complaint was made would not be cataloged in with disciplinary actions.
but would he be cataloged anywhere?
Not to my understanding.
Is that correct, Director Rosa?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think you should probably-
I'd add, I would think probably the reason that the city does not do that and has not done that in the past is unless disciplinary action is actually handed out for an infraction, it would be a little unfair to the employee to, you know, catalog that a complaint was made against them that was unsubstantiated. Unfortunately, that does happen from time to time, and you know, at the risk of you know, putting an employee's name through the dirt, I think we don't catalog those kind of events.
Okay, I mean, I could see the opposite as well, like that if complaints are not being investigated appropriately or thoroughly and so forth, and people feel that they're not that their complaints are not being taken seriously, that if they're not being cataloged or recorded, then we would never know if that's the case.
Well, I can assure you it's not the case. We do take every complaint seriously. It's read very carefully. A lot of times there's a back and forth with the person making the complaint to determine how to best move forward with it. So they are taken seriously, and especially if there are EEO complaints, you know, by law, we have to take them quite seriously.
I'm sure you can understand as a councilman, our job is not to, well, I respect that you're taking them seriously, and you're saying that, my job is to verify and validate that that's in fact the case. But that being said,
okay,
if you're not cataloging currently, then
well, we do catalog the EEO complaints because we're legally required to, and that's indicated in the KPI as well.
I have no further questions.
Anyone else? No? Okay, Sean?
Okay, not hearing any other further questions. I'd like to thank the director, Director Rosa and Deputy Director Cabone for their presentation. And may I have a motion to adjourn at 2:52 p.m.?
Motion.
Woo! All right, I'm gonna give that motion to Councilperson Prince Airy. And I'll give the second to Council President Waterman, because I think that was a pretty close tie. So on the motion to adjourn at 2:52 p.m., all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
We are out of here at 2:52 p.m. Thank you so much, Council President, members of the council, and members of the public, the directors, the division directors, everyone who's participated in today's budget hearings. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to the team behind the scenes for making everything possible and making this all happen. And remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Stay safe, everyone. Have a great weekend, and we will see you next week. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.